Hello. Excuse me. Been talking too much lately. Let me get oriented. I feel like being late has been kind of my thing. I feel really bad about that. Hello, re-examination. Yeah, should probably do that. should probably do something like that. Oh my goodness. I really don't want to be the person that's late because I find it really annoying when other people are late. And I feel so bad about that because I'm always like, oh, okay, I'm basically ready. And then something is like off and I have to fix it. And like, every time something happens, I really have to get my stuff together. I'm so sorry. Um, I will try to improve on that aspect. And also, I think the sound should be better. Please let me know if it's like not too loud or like not too quiet, because I believe I fixed it. So, apparently, Discord was the troublemaker. It was trying, like every time it would somehow lower my volume because it was fighting with another app that was setting it that I meant to be setting, and it was doing all kinds of weird settings and messing with it. So every time I would open, like even the system prompt where it would say, like the volume slider for the input, it would always be at the lowest somehow, even though I haven't touched it, and it was driving me crazy. And every time I would fix it, it would, I wouldn't even notice, and it would fall back. So oh, mic is good. Oh, good. Perfect. Thank you so much. Um, that is good news. Welcome back, by the way, everybody. Ricknell, hello. Sound works, yay! The one time it works. Yeah, I hopefully the volume is good now. I appreciate the feedback. So hopefully it's not gonna be doing the weird stuff where it goes quiet on me for um well, I know why now. The Discord is being naughty. So now it shouldn't be doing that because I believe I found the issue. So let me do all my usual link stuff. And while I do that, I still... I was going to update the stream right before I started it, and then I still couldn't decide which one I wanted to do. So we have 2, maybe 3 options today, and I will take suggestions because I really can't decide. So we have obviously the not so erudite debate that we haven't finished. There are portions of that we still have, I believe. It's about maybe about half. Excuse me. Maybe about half or so of it is still left to cover. But I'm also I'm kind of burnt out on it a little bit because it's been like 2 days in a row. We covered it, and then I was sleeping last night, so I didn't really do anything. I thought about like doing a part 3 last night, but I was so burnt out. I was so tired. I was like, I need sleep. So, and then today it's like, well, should we resume that and just finish it? Just finish it for completion's sake. But we could do that another time too. Like if we don't do the not so erudite debate today, like if we don't finish it today, we could always finish it another day as well. It's not like it'll be gone forever and we can never touch it again. It's not like that. So that is an option. The other option is just the sound is new. I'm not sure why it's making sounds. That is unusual. It didn't used to do that. I don't know if I wanted doing that. That is interesting. It didn't used to. It's very weird. Because I prefer to have the chat open and I already see it. I don't really need the sound part. And I don't know where it's coming from. It's the YouTube chat sound. I think it's, if it must be only for me, I wonder if it's coming from the browser or something. Or if it's... Nope, that's not a thing. Nope, not a thing. Huh. It's always something. There's always something weird going on. I don't understand. Let me try mute event sounds, maybe. Okay. That is odd. Yeah, it's the YouTube chat itself, but I don't know if it's Streamlabs desktop suddenly doing it or if somehow it's YouTube itself, because I have both. It's very strange. Oh, no, it's still there. Sounds good to me. No, well, not to me. I'm glad. It's interesting that you guys don't hear it. Dang, you did it again. It's just interesting that you guys don't hear it because I do, and I'm not a fan. I don't understand. I don't understand which thing it is. All right. Let me try something here. Yeah, I don't even see. That is very odd. Okay, well, this is... I really need to fix that because, like, I can't have that. Wait, it didn't happen that time. I don't think I heard that ding. Oh, it's driving me crazy. Every time there's something, every single time I go live, something weird happens and it keeps me from doing stuff, and it's really driving me crazy. And I keep being late. I still feel so bad about that. I gotta get my shit together. My shit is all over the place. And oh, it happened again, damn it. No, it's back. Oh my goodness. This is really bad. I have to find it. It's coming from somewhere and it needs to be found. Okay, we have the chat itself that I'm gonna close. I'm gonna close. I didn't hear it that time. I wonder if that was the culprit. I don't have anything. Oh, I do have something here. Okay. Get rid of that. This is driving me completely bananas. Bananas, I tell you. Oh, and thank you for continuing to test it. That really helps because now it's quiet. It has gone quiet. But for some reason, when I pop it out, let me try that again. Pop out. Live chat. It's always something weird going on. I haven't heard anything yet. Try it this time, see if it still does it. Because that would be crazy. Oh, damn it, I hear it again. Oh my goodness. I can't do the chat thing today. I can't not have chat. Slide settings, maybe. Sound. Well, I can't mute all of YouTube. That would be crazy. Because then I won't be able to hear. That still plays. Okay, maybe it's just that one. I didn't hear that one though. I could use a few more messages just to make sure it's quiet now. Thank you. Okay, I haven't heard that one. So I think it's the YouTube chat window itself. Actually, you got me. I think it is the YouTube chat window itself, because I opened specifically the settings for that site, the studio.youtube.com, and I went to the sound and I muted it in the settings, and now it's not dinging. I wonder if that's some sort of new feature they implemented and didn't tell anybody, because oh my goodness, that is obnoxious. Hopefully this works. I'm gonna get this new link, and hopefully there's no sound that comes with this one. There we go. Oh, it works. Okay. Okay, I think we're okay. I think the sound is gone for now. Hopefully it does not return. But now I have to do all the links that I should have done. Well, I don't even know what to post because we still haven't decided what what we're gonna do. So do I have any requests, I suppose? So oh yeah, I was talking about the options. It's like, okay, pick now, and I've only given you one option so far. And then the other option, so beside option 1 is finishing, or at least doing another segment of the nuts or erudite debate. The other option is going through some of the more interesting parts of the debate they had before that. So with that lady that seemed to have trouble with quite a bit. But there are some interesting little gold nuggets in that one. So that one might be fun to do. But we're not going to be like sitting there watching the whole thing and then playing pause once in a while. Like that won't be that sort of thing. That one, I have a list of timestamps with points of interest, and that was something I was either gonna like record and clean up and post, or we could do it. We could do it live. So that is an option. And then I don't know about option 3. This one I don't really know if I want to do, because I haven't really gone through the entire thing yet. But the third option would have been to do the whatever podcast panel thing they did last night. But I don't know. I don't really have any notes for that one, so it would be, and I don't want to do the whole thing because it's very long. It's ridiculously long, so that's why I'm not so keen on that option. There were a few things that I took notes on for the parts that I did see that I think are interesting, but I'd have to get timestamps for those. So that one is probably a no unless somebody is like really dying for it, which I don't see happening. So yeah, so let's do either whatever's left of Not So Erudite or some points of interest on the one that I don't even know what to call her, because this is what Brian does at whatever. He will be like, Andrew Wilson versus crazy feminist hater person, lady feminist hater, and not put a name. So or don't forget leftist in there. Crazy feminist, leftist, hater, feminists. There's no names necessary, despite her literally saying I'm none of those things, which is kind of how they're all. Oh my god, the sound is back. I hate it. Okay. This is gonna drive me crazy. Alexa suggested a video I shared on Discord just before stream. I'm a little burnt out on Wilson been a long weekend. Which one was that? Let me look again. I've done that one already. Yeah, we've already reacted to that one. We haven't done the whole thing, but we did react to this one already when it closer to when it came out. Great idea, and we've already done it. You know it's a good idea when we have already reacted to it. And see, now it doesn't ding when I'm looking at it. It seems to ding when I'm not looking at it. This is driving me insane. Why is that? Why is it doing that? I don't understand why it's doing that. It's in the Q&A section. Q&A section. You don't mean the Destiny moderates patriarchy debate between no Fogazi and Tilly? You don't mean that one, do you? Because that's the one we reviewed. We never did the Q&A section of that one, so maybe that's what you mean. Because we covered the debate portion, not the Q&A portion. 241. Okay, yeah, the Q&A section we did not do, so I'm not against it. You know, it could be fun. It could be something different. Yeah, I see the message 24137. Because I do remember covering it, but I know we would not have gotten through the whole thing because these things tend to run crazy long. And also, welcome back into the break. Those little things are driving me crazy, though. I don't understand where they're coming from. Oh boy. I thought I fixed it with the sound off thing, but it must be something else. It's gotta be something else. No, nope. It's not a sound. Nope. Just my microphone. Oh, this is gonna be this is gonna be awful if it's gonna keep dinging. I'm gonna cross my fingers and hope it doesn't, but I know it just did, and I don't know what I did to either not hear it or to hear it. I don't know what it is that's different. Okay, I know what's different. The window is not focused. If the window isn't focused, it doesn't ding. Oh my goodness, it's gonna drive me insane. I can't have this happening. Why did they do this? I don't understand. I don't understand why they did this. This is ruining my whole thing. Yeah, the sound is off and it's still dinging. I don't understand why. I'm gonna have to close it. I'm curious though what clips you had in mind for the first Andrew Wilson debate. What I can do, I'm gonna have to close the window that does the chats. Oh no, it's still dinging. Cause that can't be it. It has to be somewhere else. We'll quit Discord. Where is it coming from? Can't be this. Maybe it's X or something, but that would be a weird coincidence. I'll close that just in case. I don't understand. Okay, so I'm muted. Wait, me? I'm muted? Did I? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Did I break something else? Oh my goodness, the dinging is still happening. It's still doing it. I don't know where it's coming from. This is driving me insane. I'm going to lose my shit. I don't know, where's it? I don't understand. Because there should be no sound effects of any kind. I'm not doing anything that is sound effecty. By the way, welcome back, Naz. Oh, so while I'm going crazy about the sound thing that is driving me completely bananas, I can show you, well, not show you, I can read out some of the things that we have for that debate. The one that's the feminist, leftist, what did I say? Feminist, leftist, and what was the third one that was, I forgot. Anyway, all of these names that they label people when they claim they're not even feminist or leftist. Though, yeah, the 140 IQ, which, jeez. I don't know why somebody would say something like that. There's something wrong with that woman. I don't know what's wrong with her, but something is wrong with her. The 140 IQ. Yeah. I don't understand why the little sounds are happening. I am so annoyed by that. 1 second. It's driving me insane. That must be something new that they added or something. I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT. But yeah, I have some notes on what is going on there. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so some sections of interest. There's actually quite a few interesting things. So there's a bit in the beginning that I want to keep for force doctrine, but not really worth covering on its own. Brian keeps butting in, which is pretty cringe. And so this lady says that she's a libertarian, which I don't know if she really counts as a libertarian considering some of the things she says. But it's hard to say nowadays because it's such a wide range of things. I am getting sabotaged. The sound. Don't let that stop anyone from sending messages. I'll figure it out eventually. But don't let that stop you or anything. Cause I will get this. I will figure this out. And there's some. Let me see. Oh, when he says some stuff about abortion that isn't accurate, apparently. And I don't really care for that subject, though. It's kind of annoying. And then there is... Brian keeps butting in about stuff being fair game and trying to go over the DMs, change some right, all this, like, drama stuff. Like, it's like a debate with Andrew, and then she's begging for a break, and then Brian butts in with random drama, and then she's still begging for a break, and then Andrew comes back from his break, and then she's debating with Andrew, and then still begging for a break, and then Brian butts in again with some bullshit drama. It was kind of gross to watch, honestly. Brian was just obsessing about criticism of the show again, which he's always like. Anytime somebody criticizes the show, he like sort of grabs onto that and doesn't let go, like a rabid leech or something. Like you can't criticize the show. If you criticize the show, you're gonna have to provide exact quotes of where I said X, Y, and Z when they aren't even supposed to be like have their phone or look at it. I know during these debates, technically they do have the phones, but I mean, what is she gonna do? Start like searching for a few minutes? You can't really do that. You either have to have that stuff on hand, or you can't say anything because he's like, exactly where did I say blah blah blah. And oh yeah, the dead grandpa slander. Um, and then some interesting stuff about um, the women and propaganda, where he basically says that women are easier to propagandize when studies done don't actually support that. Like purchasing behavior is not the same as being propagandized, et cetera, et cetera. 9 wars after under Trump, technically true, but kind of misleading because we haven't had technically a war in a long time. So what we call colloquially a war is like technically Congress has to declare war, which I don't think we've done since like Vietnam or something. And we've been in plenty of wars since then that we haven't, you know, we've been calling it wars colloquially, but we haven't. It's not like Congress declared all of the wars or anything. Um, so it depends on how you define it. And then he goes on about leftists and how they're like violent and misinformation about the shootings being riots. Like the rest of my notes here. More leftists, ICE misinformation stuff. Weird voting restriction stuff. Let's see. Some more Christianity related stuff, but apparently he gets Paul wrong. He says that something about being in the original apostate or something. There's also I think probably the juiciest stuff is the Epstein stuff, where I don't know if he doesn't know. I don't know how he wouldn't know, because he's literally replied on X about it. I happened to see him defending what's his name, Michael Tracy or somebody like that, and he even brings him up too as like evidence or something here. And he was saying that there was no like PDF stuff, which yeah, I mean they literally went to jail for it, so that's okay. And zero evidence of Trump coming out. Yeah, lots of weird stuff about Epstein related stuff, and I was honestly surprised, well, half surprised to hear that. And then some like hating on Candace, and then the Erica weirdness stuff gets covered at some point. So I think that was pretty much all the notes that I had. But there could be more interesting stuff. But as far as like notes, these are some sections that I think might be fun, especially the Epstein stuff. Even if we don't cover the Epstein stuff today, I am going to make a video on it. That is something I'm definitely covering. I need to drink some water. My mouth is like super dry right now from all this blabbing. Can't even talk right. Plethora of bad takes. Yeah, absolutely. I really do need to figure out the sound situation. I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT what's up with the sound stuff. And I hear weird dinging notification sounds every time a message is sent when that window is unfocused. This has never happened before. Please help. Save me, AI. I honestly don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong. Notifications. Browser. I shouldn't have any notifications enabled for anything. Off, off, off. Everything appears to be off. I don't see. Yep, everything is off. Yep. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. We'll try. Nope, nope, nope. I'm so confused. Mute site. Or no, it's already muted. This is crazy. Everything is muted. Sound. Weird sound effects. Nope. User review sound effects. Nope. 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 Everything should be fine. Nope, nope, nope. It's still happening. I don't understand. I'm so confused. So tinnitus. No, I already did it. Sorry guys, I don't know what to do about this if anyone has ideas, because I don't understand why every single time I stream something goes terribly wrong, and this is incredibly annoying. Also, if you guys want to do the not so erudite or the I don't know, this one is there's a lot here, but it's really separated, so we'd have to go like little clip by little clip, and it might be kind of weird unless we maybe skip to the Epstein section and just cover that one maybe. Because that one is, there's what, like 249 there's like 20 to 30 minutes there, and then there's the Candace and Erica stuff. That is yeah, there's a few things there in that section. I don't know if the beginning would be worth going through because it would be so many jumps, and there are some little nuggets in there, but I don't know if it's gonna be worth going through so many jumps and constantly looking at, like, okay, where's the timestamp? What are they covering? Where's the timestamp? Where's the next timestamp? Where's the next timestamp? Well, if we only do the specific sections, we can sort of do large chunks. That's easier. Or we can do the not so erudite one, which is we'll just keep going through it to cover as much of it as we can. But if I don't get if I don't get this notification sound thing disabled, then I don't know if I'm gonna be doing anything, because that's I can't deal with it. It's completely bananas. It came out of nowhere. I don't know how to stop it. I'm looking at everything, and everything seems to be exactly how it was before, but no, no, no. Nothing there. Nothing there. What that? Nope. It's gotta be something that's on the page. I'm so confused. Oh boy. Every time I fix something. Yep, that is a ding. Thanks, Aaron Pro. Or Ricknell. I don't know what to call you anymore. That is a ding indeed. I'm so confused. I am so very confused right now. Chat box. Okay, maybe that was it. I think that might have been it. Can someone send a ding again, please, and see if it does it again? I think I may have fixed it. I think I fixed it. Oh, I really hope I did. Let me get the new URL here and redo it. Let me do this. We'll do that. We'll do this. If you submit a ticket, I can take a look. Let's go through my project manager first, though. Story of my life. Okay, I think I fixed it. So, does anyone want to do the not so erudite or the I don't know what her name was, the leftist feminist hater lady who is apparently none of those things, which is to be expected, I suppose. They call everybody who isn't Andrew Wilson a leftist feminist hater. So that honestly could be basically anybody on the show except Wilson. You never know who that refers to. Literally, like whoever is anybody else besides, well, Brian and Wilson. And I have not heard a ding. I think I fixed it. I believe I fixed it. 140 IQ lady, that was hilarious. We have one vote. I could do a poll, but I don't know if we really have enough people for a poll. Let me try. I've never done a poll before. Let's try it. Which debate? Which debate? Not so erudite. We're gonna start everything with lowercase just to annoy everybody. I'm sorry, I really feel like doing that. Feminist hater. What was it? Feminist hater, leftist. .140 IQ lady. All right, let's see if that works. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Oh, I accidentally did it wrong. Okay. I think I did it. I did the poll. It's okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. I need to get a drink of water real quick. Give me just a minute, please. I'll be right back in literally like less than a minute. All right. Well, we have one vote. Wait, no, we have 3 votes. I thought we had only one. Okay, so we have, I think the 140 IQ lady is gonna win. Because I don't know, 3 votes is like, I feel like that's a lot for my channel. So I think we're gonna have to do the IQ lady, the 140 IQ lady. Okay, let me see which ones are gonna be the more interesting ones. So let's see. Should we start with? Okay. Do y'all even care to cover the Brian stuff where he's like, "Oh, we gotta do the why do you hate the show? I don't hate the show. Why do you hate the show? I don't hate the show. Wait, over here you said that you hated the show and you hated me and everything is awful and it's totally fair game because look at all this stuff you said a while ago. It's I can read it right here." And she's like, "I changed my mind. I don't want to talk about it." So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna be interesting. I think I pretty much covered that, so I don't know if we need to watch them. But we can. There's a few parts that might be kind of like tee hee ha ha. Let me see here. We should do a thing for it. Where's my? We're gonna have to open it up here. Has anyone gotten a chance to watch that, by the way? Because I know sometimes people still want to see like people react to stuff, but they have seen it, or has anyone been able to sit through the whole thing? I actually did manage to sit through the whole thing of that. It was painful, but I'm glad I did because of all the little nuggets I found. All the little nuggets. All the little nuggets. Cute little nuggets. Cute little nuggets. Do I have this? Nope. Where is the thing? I don't think I have this one. I'm gonna have to fix it later to make it pretty, but for now, we'll keep it simple. Oops. We'll keep it super simple. Oops. Oh, I really hate when it does. Oops. Sorry, I'm getting my stuff together. I think I probably should have decided before I started it. I just kept going back and forth, like, oh, we should do the not stereotype just to finish it, and like, no, we should do this one because it's kind of different and more interesting. But no, we should do the not stereotype. That one's too slow. And kept going back and forth and back and forth. I'll have to fix it later, but I think this is gonna be fine for now. What are we gonna call it? Awesome. 40. I really don't understand why they always name it. Do these people not have names? It's so weird to call people leftist, feminist, hater when it's a person that doesn't identify as a leftist, a feminist, or a hater. It is so weird that people do that. I'm really confused about that. Like, why? Why? I don't understand. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, I understand she's not, famous, so maybe that's why they didn't want to put her. Well, no, because I think at some point he says that she has like some sort of like multi-digit. It's at least it was something like in the tens of thousands of followers on some social media platform. So it's not like she's nobody. I don't see why they couldn't just put her name in there. Because like if she has any following at all, it only makes sense. So it'd be weird. I don't know. All right. I think we can probably start with we can probably start light with some of the Brian stuff, and then work our way up to the Epstein stuff in a little bit, just so it's not like the first thing, like bam. Now let me get to do. So close. Gotta do my links. Gotta do my links. Leave. I'm still surprised, by the way, the Erica Kirk stuff is still going on. You would think normally stuff like that in general, it tends to sort of simmer away and people move on. The news cycle is generally pretty crazy. It's like a couple weeks tops for like the wildest things. But the Erica Kirk stuff, it seems like there's constantly something new popping out every day. And even though Candace hasn't posted in, I don't know, like a week and a half or something, it's still, people are still talking about it. It's not going away. I think I don't think she's gonna be able to sort of own the narrative. I think that unfortunately for her, it's not it's not gonna be going her way because, well, she's acting sketchy, super sketchy. No, I suppose a widow, no widow acts like that the way she has been, and the whole world is seeing it, and everybody is confused. Everybody. I'm honestly baffled that she's still trying to sell it, like sell the I'm a sad little widow thing. Like it's so weird. It is so weird. I really wanna oh yeah, something else. So I've been working on, besides the video that I've been totally procrastinating on, the video that shall not be named. Besides that one, I've been working on 3 other smaller videos because I thought that might help me sort of get back into things if I just put a few smaller things out first and before tackling the giant one again. So one of the, most of the smaller ones are unfortunately, because he keeps putting out content everywhere and being annoyingly wrong. So unfortunately, it is more Wilson criticism. Unfortunately, uh, has has to be, someone has to say it. Someone has to. But besides that, I want to do the little compilation, the little clips of Erica Kirk that we've covered on stream. I want to do a little compilation of those. That is like a regular video, not a live, that cuts out all of the sort of rambling and babbling that I do, and kind of gets to the point of each item of, shall we say, evidence of whatever weird shit Erica is happens to be doing. So that is the plan. I haven't put together the clips for that one yet, but I've got the other 3, but I'm thinking maybe I should do that one first, so it's not like all Wilson stuff. At least get some Erica Kirk in there. And I really gotta not talk so much. I've been losing my voice basically constantly. I've gone years without hardly talking at all. I generally am not very talkative, and then I started the live streams, and then that has been basically like suddenly talking nonstop. It's very weird. Okay, now let me pull up my notes and pull up the debate. Where's my window? There it is. And let me get this into the little, I don't need to see the chat. that is annoying. Why is it? Not you guys, the top chat replay on that one. Oh, it's not wide enough. There it is. There we go. Don't need to see that. Okay, I've got it here. No. I'm gonna get it over here. Oh, it's me everywhere. That is wonderful. It's just wonderful. Gonna stretch it out a little bit. It's like a little itty bitty little window. Gotta make it bigger. Bigger is not always better, but in this case, in this particular case, bigger is better indeed. Okay. I'm gonna catch up on chat. Brian sucks. Sat through a chunk of it. Couldn't make it past the Brian section. I've watched the Not So Reddit one a couple times. Okay. And a little bit of the dating panel. YouTube has been janky lately. Yeah, apparently it was, I thought it was YouTube making the sound, but it was the Streamlabs itself. There's a little button that I must have clicked on to, it says enable chat box notifications, and usually I had that muted, but I thought it was for like the overall like alerts for some reason, and I unmuted it because I had muted alerts last time so it wouldn't interrupt us because I wasn't in control of the pausing, and I thought that was what I had to unmute to put it back, but that wasn't it. Mute event sounds. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do that. I think it's the enable chat box notifications that I need to disable, because ever since I put that back the way it was, everything, all of the dings have disappeared. I'm really glad that I found out where it was coming from, because if I hadn't, we would still be looking for it and then probably give up and quit and cry about it or something. Out of frustration. I don't know, it's driving me insane. I hate it when I get little like dings and things. It's so annoying. Boosting the algorithm and priming the audience. Oh, God. They changed the title on the Not Reddit video too. Did they really? I don't remember what it was exactly. I must have it somewhere, but it's heated marathon debate. Oh yeah, that sounds different than what it was. And also, it's interesting that they have this chick over here because I didn't see her in the debate. And also, this is the cover for the one we're doing right now. That looks nothing like her. Like, this isn't the first time that they put somebody on the cover. And even Andrew, obviously, that looks a little bit more like him, but it's very obvious that they have, like, smoothed out the crap out of it. This is like Snapchat level filter on his face. But this chick doesn't even look remotely like the one that we saw in actual debate. And then a lot of these girls, it's really hard to tell. Like even the ones that do end up on the panels. Like this is I think Sarah Stock, right? I don't think she was on the panel, but they talked about her. And then all these other ones, they tend to be the ones that are on the panels, but you can never tell who's who because the pictures are edited to hell and back, and it's basically impossible to tell most of them, to like identify which one is which. And this one wasn't even on there because this one, it looks familiar. She was the one that was in one of the previous ones that was claiming to have been in a situationship or something with that one guy that what's his name? I forgot his name. That one of those sort of TikTok white rappers or something. I forgot his name, but she claimed to be dating him. So I don't know why he put her on here because I didn't see her in there. And I don't know who this is. She maybe was on there, but again, the photos never seem to match the people. And, like, of course, he's super edited again. Even has what is this, like, knight armor? This is so cringe. Ugh, whatever. Whatever. Whatever indeed. Okay. I think she's a TikToker. Oh, the lady from the 140 IQ. Oh, now it's also woke. Maybe that was like that before. It's also woke, leftist, feminist, hater. I thought it was only leftist, feminist, and hater, but it's also woke. Really getting all those keywords in there, huh? F it, let's do it live. What about YouTube Shorts? I think they're a nice way to get your channel known. I heard, so when I first started, I put out 2 shorts that are basically clipped from the original videos, but then I saw a bunch of YouTube videos that are like how to grow your channel and stuff, and obviously followed none of the advice except for the one where it said either do shorts or do long form, but don't do both shorts and long form. I don't know, I remember exactly the reasons why, but I started a separate channel for doing shorts. I just never actually put the shorts on there. I think there's a couple, like the 2 of the original ones, but I haven't been keeping up with it. I really need to do that though. I want to put more clips on there. But yeah, they did recommend to have a clips/shorts channel and the main channel. So I do need to add stuff to the clips channel to grow it too. I haven't been doing that at all. Good practice for talking. Your master of tech. Oh, thank you so much. 3 rage quits. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if he maybe counted the first girl as well, because in the very beginning, one of the girls left, I think because it was probably too crowded or something, and she had to, like, sit in the back. I don't know exactly why. That's what I assume happened, because she was one of the ones that had to sit in the back chairs, and I don't know. So one left in the beginning. I don't know if he counted that as a rage quit. They tend to count basically any sort of leaving as rage quits. If you're like, okay, thank you, I had a very nice time, but I have an early morning or something, or I have to be at work at 6 in the morning, or I have a long drive home, or like, thanks so much, I had a great time, but I have to go, I'm so sorry. They count that as a rage quit. They do. That's the same way that they always label people woke, leftist, feminist, hater if they said that they're not a leftist, they're not a feminist, and they don't hate anyone, and they're not woke, and they're still gonna get labeled. Like, regardless of what actually happens, they're gonna call it what they're gonna call it, and that's pretty much it. Hello, following the row. Oh, it's oh, I get it. Welcome. I don't know if that was for me, but I haven't listened to music in quite a long time. I used to constantly listen to music, but lately I haven't at all. Situationship. TikTok white rapper. Oh boy. Ooh, there's a secret channel. There is a clips channel. It's not secret. It's linked in the YouTube profile thing, and also below most of my videos. I think if you open up, like, where it shows who posted the video, it has like a little blurbs and buttons and stuff of other links. I think it's probably down there too. I'm not 100% sure. Shorts are the best way to hijack the algorithm. Lots of people are ideologically against catering though, so it's up to you. Catering. What do you mean by I'm confused about catering. I don't know what that means. It must be something obvious I'm not getting. Victory is in the eye of the beholder. Do you ever catch yourself saying actually, or just at work or with family and friends? No, this is well, I notice myself saying it, but I don't make a big deal out of it, except for you guys. This is a stream only sort of thing. Catering the algorithm. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I gotta work on that clips channel and stuff. Like if you're used to content creator, you might think your message transcends the need for marketing. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, it's that I literally looked up how to grow the channel, and a lot of the advice said to have shorts on a separate channel. So I do need to work on having them and putting them on that clips channel. I just haven't had the time yet. I can longer hear Justin actually the same again. Actually, this enhancement ticket is just 5 points. All right, let's start with. I'm gonna have to drink my water here in a minute, but I'm gonna start it first before I do that. Let me find. This one, maybe. I don't know. I don't like this topic, but 5437. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll start with the one that is 1740. Just real quick. We'll do somewhere around here.
Tell me the full picture.
The full picture in my imaginary, perfect situation of how to fix things is the first thing we need to do is vote out all the puppets and vote.
Who's we?
We the people, everyone
people.
on both sides. Forget the culture wars. Let's just have a small truce until the agreed upon terms are agreed upon, and then we can get to the cultural issues.
Okay, and who are the puppets we're voting out? What are their names?
What are the puppets' names? Well, it's not just one person. It's the corporations.
Okay,
it's the CIA.
The corporations aren't names of people. Who are the puppets we're voting out? What are their names?
Just vote based off of the PACs that have contributed to their funds.
No, I'm asking about names. What are the names of the people we should be voting out?
Water.
Mostly all of them.
Who? Give me some names.
I can say who to keep. Keep Thomas Massey. Keep Rand Paul. MTJ. I'm sure she's going to come back. On the left, what's the dude that was teaming with?
Yeah, I know, but who are the global puppets that we're going to come together to get rid of?
There's easy ways to look at this.
Okay.
There's websites where you can look at their campaign fund contributions, and you can actually see how they vote on certain things, whether it seems directly correlated to like money or PACs like.
You see the vagary? Do you see how vague you are?
It's not vague.
Well, hang on. You're saying what you're doing is you're saying it's us versus them, we versus those. Okay, I understand that. But who's the we and who are the they?
The we are the people deciding to.
Well, these are people.
Whoever's on your side, if you elected them and they promise all these things and they're going directly against what you elected them for, plus have PAC contributions from like corporations, and if they're getting rich by trading stock, that sort of thing, then maybe they should go.
Yeah, but the problem is that we live in a democracy. Democracies are set up in power structures, and the power structures are set up based around people's interests. So people have learned that they can raid the treasury by having.
Also, I wouldn't say this isn't really the point of this bit, but I wouldn't say we live in a democracy. It's a republic. I understand that we democratically elect our representatives, but it's like a representative republic. It's not so much a democracy, like a straight up democracy. When I hear democracy on its own, it sounds like basically hell. So that's not what we really have. I wouldn't call it that, but that's beside the point, really. Do-do-do. Actually, is an MK Ultra kill phrase for me. Oh no. Oh, we are in trouble. Vote out all the puppets. That's it. Fuzzy Bear has lost my vote. SCOTUS says corporations are people. And the Puppet Master. I think a lot of culture war stuff is nitpicking over specifics, even when both sides agree on the desired outcome. She gave names. Was that not good enough? Yeah. Very relaxed, perhaps too relaxed. Really? Oh, because of the slow, maybe the slow speech. I don't know. I don't think she's relaxed. I think she's trying to, she's like struggling to put her words together. I think at some point she does say that she is dyslexic. You know what? I can't even pronounce dyslexic. Maybe I'm dyslexic. She's a fan of Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm assuming. That's not a leftist politician. This is the problem of universal morality versus particular solutions. Who are the names? It's a democro-oligarchy chimera structure. Corporocratic republic. He expects her to have a comprehensive plan for how to achieve this, but he usually gives vague answers or just stands as relevant for the conversation when asked to do the same. Absolutely. That is, yeah, that's another thing that is really annoying. He's asking for specifics, but when somebody else asks him for specifics, he decides to interrogate them instead and sort of move off of answering any sort of questions like that. All right, let me move on.
Having X amount of people who are representing their interests in office.
Exactly.
So there is no, hang on, no. If that's exactly, then your point's contradicted.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to explain how your point's contradicted. Because there is no we. There is no collective. What there is there's a whole bunch.
Oh, you don't say. There's no we. There's no collective.
Bunch of different power blocks all competing for their own interests in the United
All of the different power blocks competing for their own interests.
States for power.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
I agree with
So
that.
when you say we should put our petty differences aside, well, they're not petty differences. They're massive differences. There is no collective we. There's groups and blocks of people who are competing for power, utilizing the democratic process. That's what's happening. So how do you plan on surmounting that barrier? How can I go?
Vote for people
Oh,
who...
vote. We're going to
Oh, you don't say.
vote harder. We're going to vote our way out of this.
It's either that or revolution. This is my last attempt. This is...
Who are we having a revolution against? The voting bloc is just as bad as the elites they put in power. So who the fuck are we supposed to revolt against? Am I supposed
What happened to force doctrine and all of the men getting together and moving as a monolith in unison to take away women's rights? What happened to that? Because I thought that people were like could totally like get together as a collective and move as unison in a particular direction and not fight amongst each other constantly. I thought that was like the basis of rights or whatever.
to revolt? Let's say I did. Let's say we did tomorrow. We revolted against the government. Let's just say, right? Who's we then? Which power block is revolting against which block of government in order to get power? Which one am I supposed to support?
Again, if all the men got together to take away women's rights, which men? Which power block of men would be doing that? Which ones?
Because the way that the democracy is set up, it's not a monolith. It is in.
You hear that? It's not a monolith. Amazing. It's almost like people aren't a monolith and they don't function like one. Wow, that is so insightful, Andrew. Thank you for refuting your own force doctrine. Amazing. Cool. Super cool. Therefore, force doctrine. Here reduces politics to tribalism. Yeah, thank you. I hate it when people rationalize might mix right because might transcends reason in that case. And I also hate it when people who rationalize might mix right claim to say, or claim that they're not saying might mix right. They claim that they're only saying, oh, might makes, when they are literally saying might makes right. While saying they're not saying it because they know that argument is bunk. That is so annoying. He's not in favor of revolting against this particular administration, Trump. Not might makes right. Might makes, yeah, sure. Sure, might makes, of course. You're not part of the women monolith, huh? Yeah, I just thought this was so telling. All right. let me get... I figured that little bit was worth covering. Next one. Let's try this one around 27 minutes and... I'm not... Gotta just right. Okay, let's see what's over here.
The housing stock in this country is diminished if it's, occupied by illegal immigrants. Are you in favor of deporting all the illegal immigrants in this country?
Hang on.
Occupied by, for example. But
It's freaking expensive. When the baby boom happened, right?
the baby boom?
Yeah, boomers.
Yeah, he's talking
Yeah,
about
this
it.
is weird
And all of that,
because...
it happened.
Sorry. This is weird because at first I didn't... Okay, I know in the title it says Andrew Wilson and Brian Atlas versus the 140 IQ, woke leftist, etc., etc. But I didn't read that in the beginning. I admittedly could have read it and sort of put two and two together, but I started watching it without really paying attention to the exact way the title was phrased, and I didn't realize that this was a 2-on-1 debate. Apparently this was a 2 versus 1. That really was the intention here. It's not like... It wasn't like a 1 versus 1, Andrew versus this lady, and then Brian moderating or whatever. This was a Brian and Andrew together versus this random lady. That was the intention. And apparently because she asked for it, even though she later says that she changed her mind about that and she only wanted to debate Andrew, and she had all the list of topics or whatever. Or maybe that was the area I had the topics. I don't know. But she definitely said that she only wanted to debate Andrew one-on-one because... I forgot what her reasoning was, but anyway, she changed her mind apparently over the text messages, and Brian seemed to have sort of clung on to the more, I guess, angsty positions she had originally and chose to ignore the more sort of agreeable ones that she changed her mind to towards the end, which is interesting but not surprising. Never forget, there are no rights is a 1 universal, 2 moral, and 3 metaphysical claim. Make them prove that claims. Don't let them get away with it. I like that. You're saying they're using universalism to deny it. That's why he always weasels out of it by saying, I'm not prescribing forced doctrine. It's a descriptor, which is so annoying. It is so incredibly annoying. Because this is something else that I do cover in the long force doctrine thing that is eventually someday will come out, but rights are a moral claim. You can't be like, oh, I'm describing whether people get rights or not, but it's nothing to do with a moral claim when that literally what it is. So you can't say, oh, it's not makes right, nothing to do with right, whether it's right or not, but rights are whether it's right or wrong to treat people certain ways. Like, you can't separate that from rights. Anyway, I don't want to harp on it too much. And then people still force doctrine, of course. All right. Well, we'll leave the force doctrine thing alone. I thought that I'd give you a little preview, I suppose, because I will be absolutely including that in that video, because the whole like, oh, people are not a monolith is very telling. All right, I'm not sure if this is going to be that interesting, but oh, okay. Let's do...
When our economy was in a great space, and yeah, I think people are waiting to get married till they're older and have kids till they're older because
feminism?
Well, I mean, yeah, that has a part to it, but it's freaking expensive.
Andrew was asking you a good question as to, you're saying we should all unite and get together, but Andrew said, well, we don't even agree on some of these basic issues. Just curious, what's your position on? But he brought up legal immigration, for example, and how that has an impact on the economy. The housing stock in this country is diminished if it's, occupied by illegal immigrants. Are you in favor of deporting all the illegal immigrants in this country?
I have a middle ground. I would deport
Both sides.
the world has middle ground. Literally nothing is black and white.
Two questions.
Can I finish the answer?
Yeah, just let me revise the question.
Yes, deport most of them.
Should we completely bar, like have stronger border protection?
Yes.
So barring people from entering the country illegally. And then the second question, of the people who have arrived here illegally, who are here, should we just deport them?
My stance is for sure have the best border security as possible.
Okay.
As for the people who have been here for a long time, have created businesses and really integrated into our society with no criminal records, I think it's actually cheaper to come up with a plan for them to become legal instead of kicking them out.
So amnesty?
Yeah, I mean, they have to pay, like, if they don't, a lot of them do pay taxes, but back taxes and fines and get on the list, and there definitely should be some, like, fines.
So
and
when
stuff
we
like
get
that.
together to agree on these table issues, right?
Yeah.
Should we agree with you? And
I think she was the one that said table issues originally, whatever that means. I think they mean kitchen table issues, but they keep calling it table issues. But I think what they mean is kitchen table issues as the common phrase. Oh no, not the it's an internal critique. You're killing me. Oh my goodness. That is, I am actually making one of the little shorter videos I'm working on is on, well, half of it is covering the whole internal critique sort of, I don't even know what to call it, tactic, but he's not even doing it right, so it's hard to even know what to call it exactly. This is where my emotivist brain wants to just say we have a sense of rights. They're saying it absolutely without exception. We hold these truths to be self-evident. We have no rights. You guys are fun. All right.
give amnesty to these people.
Financially, I think it's cheaper, first of all, but
would it be cheaper to not?
Well, hang on a second, Brian.
Yeah.
I think as American,
Shut up, Brian. He really does have to control the conversation, doesn't he?
democracy, we should all work together.
Brian is like, I don't get him. I used to kind of like him, honestly. I used to kind of like him, but recently I haven't watched him in a while, and the recent, like this, starting with this particular debate and the next one, not so much. He didn't really participate too much, but a little bit. And mostly this debate and Sunday's panel. I don't know if he was always like this. I thought he wasn't for some reason. I thought he was a lot nicer. But recently he's been so much of a dick. Like, he has been just icky dick. Super icky dick. And I don't know what happened to him. Maybe it was the years of hoes having to herd all the hoes have gotten to him or something, or he's grown more and more bitter over the years out of whatever his weird relationship with women is. I don't know what the deal is. I really don't. But he has gotten so much worse as far as being excessively like controlling and yelling at people and being like, oh, shut up and this or that. And the way he treats the women around him, it's been visibly and noticeably more harsh than he used to be. And I don't like him anymore. Sorry, Brian. But it's odd because during like this debate, but more so the panel and stuff, he has been very bossy too. He's constantly like telling them to, do the microphone, move it a little bit, half an inch down, move it half an inch up, move it towards you, talk into it, etc. Even though like it doesn't really, I don't hear a difference if they're like over here or if they're over here or if the microphone is like this or if it's like this. Like I don't hear a difference. I don't know what he's talking about. I think he just wants to like, I don't know, tell him what to do or something. It's weird. But oddly enough, when Andrew here basically tells him, oh no, hang on, he's like, okay, I've been told to be quiet and I'm gonna be quiet. So it's interesting who the boss here is. I am whatever now. Brian has a good personality as a host, the kind of show it is. It's hard to say if he's likable. Popcorn. Move the microphone is an easy power move for a host to use. Yeah, and a lot of times he was always doing those things, but these two recent ones I've noticed he was straight up telling them to shut up often and basically being a dick, like more so than he was before. And it's kind of cringe. I don't know.
Together, and it's not all black or white, like the most right or to the most left.
But that's not my question. My question is like when we say we here, you know, most people on the right. Yeah, okay, we vote on it. We did. We voted in Trump.
Yeah.
So the thing is like, here's the question, though. The question is, should we, when you say we, the collective we, who are all supposed to be working hand in hand, should we just follow what you're saying and give amnesty to illegals?
I think if you look at what the polls say, the majority of people aren't cool with what's happening. They think,
ICE?
yeah, they think it went too far, and it's not really. We all agree law and order is necessary, but the way it's been going about.
Well, it's amazing to me that you want the collective we to get together to do things you want.
I think we all want. We're all tired of the hate.
I don't think that there's a collective we. When you say we, you just mean me.
Okay, no, I'm not.
Yeah,
I watch both left and right politics. We're all talking about the same shit. That's what I get from not.
So it's interesting that she can't say any sort of collective we, but he can constantly say, oh, well, leftists this and leftists that and libs this and libs that, but she can't even say we.
Not picking sides
because
completely.
there's no collective. Mr. Men as a collective get together to take away rights from women as a collective.
Literally, Trump's poll numbers are like 37 right now. All of the podcasters
Obama's poll numbers were really low too.
All of the podcasters who helped get Trump elected, except for a few, they all agree with what I'm saying. Even
Which ones?
Like Joe Rogan, David Smith, Candace Owens.
You think Joe Rogan agrees with you?
That ICE went too far? Yeah, he said it in his videos.
Really? He didn't say it when I was talking to him.
Of course, he has to toss in the whole, oh, I've been on Joe Rogan. He didn't say it when I was talking to him. So if Joe Rogan says basically anything on his show at any point, that doesn't matter unless Andrew Wilson happened to be there to witness it. The only things that matter that Joe Rogan happened to say, only the things that matter are the things that Joe Rogan happens to have said while Andrew was on his show. If Joe Rogan said anything outside of that, that's basically useless garbage. The only things that matter is what he said to Andrew while he was there. Everything else doesn't exist. Not important. And of course, he had to toss in the, oh, I was on Joe Rogan thing.
I don't know if you've watched Joe Rogan, but he kind of like agrees with everybody.
I don't know if you talked to Joe Rogan, but I have.
Yeah, I saw you talk.
Really, this is so cringe. He has been very, like, boastful about being influential and having followers and going on influential people's shows and stuff lately, and it's super cringe. Like, oh, I don't know if you talked to him, but I talked to Joe Rogan. Like, the first little quip he threw in there wasn't enough. He had to really spell it out just to make sure everybody really got it. Bingo, the men collective. Everyone can exist as their own Tyler Durden. I don't think their position is unique. But Alex O'Connor's a smug one. Yeah, I can't believe he said that about Alex O'Connor. I thank you for sending me that. I was baffled. I could hardly believe that he said that about Alex. That's why right-wing manosphere guys have to be all controversial and polemical. That's an indicator of individuality that they aren't a hive mind. Where's your Rogan t-shirt? Oh my goodness.
I don't know what you're talking about. But no, that didn't appear to be what his position was.
Should we pull that up?
He appeared to think that leftists were part of a massive conspiracy. And what that
I saw that. I watched your episode.
Yeah, so then what are you talking about?
He's saying the riots did, but in his previous videos, he said that ICE went too far. And
no, he didn't actually say that.
And with the masks and
what he said, he was
his recent video, he had the conspiracy that like it was orchestrated.
Not a conspiracy.
For a reason to cover up the fraud that was happening in Minnesota.
It's not a conspiracy.
I mean, most of the stuff that's happening is funded by different sides. I agree with that, but he does agree ICE in general has gone too far. I don't think. And Trump, with the way he's
that's not what I
people,
heard from him.
Can we
I have seen clips of him saying something to that effect.
look it up?
You want to take an out of context clip? Because I know the one you're referencing.
No, I watch every one of his episodes.
Okay, what was the episode called?
There was multiple of them. We have to go back.
Who cares what the episode was called? Like, she doesn't have all this stuff on hand. And she asked, why can't we look it up? Why couldn't Brian look it up? Because I'm sure he looks up everything Andrew asks.
In one of them.
Does anyone know names of people's episodes?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes, they do.
I think it was maybe a Dave Smith episode. Can we look this up, internet?
I mean, I don't know if there's copyright considerations if we pull up a clip.
But not just that. Besides,
There aren't copyright considerations if you only show like less than 45 seconds. So what a stupid excuse.
I'll even grant Rogan. Let's just say that Rogan does.
It's not just Rogan is all over them.
Yeah, well, okay. Who else?
Dave Smith, Candace Owens.
Dave Smith's a
libertarian, I know.
Dave Smith's a libertarian, right? Mm-hmm. Not a right winger at all.
Well, yeah.
Okay, Dave Smith is a libertarian, but he is a very right-wing libertarian.
Candace Owens is a conspiracy nutcase.
Literally half your side is
conspiracy nutcase. Okay, she does have a lot of conspiracies, but I wouldn't call her like a nutcase. That's a lot of conspiracies turn out to be true, by the way. And sure, she's pretty out there, but I wouldn't call her that. Like it's a little excessive.
Conspiracy nutcase. Joe Rogan is too. Okay. I love it. Mm-hmm. Most of the conspiracies come out true.
Not most of them, but a lot of them do tend to. I wouldn't say most, though. That's a little excessive.
They do? Do they?
I mean, to a point, yeah.
You know what my brother said?
Like this Pizzagate
my brother
thing,
said something really funny.
I'm
about to get whatever canceled. My brother said something super funny. He said that Candace Owens needs to get to the back of the algorithm. He said that, bro. Yeah. But anyway.
Just to be fair, I did look up your claim about Joe Rogan. Apparently in an episode, January 2026, this is an AI overview. Sometimes it's incorrect, but at least it does say that Joe Rogan, compared their tactics to the Gestapo and did suggest they went too far.
And then,
I'm surprised he actually looked up.
Detaining individuals, including U.S. citizens, on the streets without proper cause.
First of all, I saw that episode, right? And in context, he was having a conversation about this with the guest. He wasn't actually adopting that position. That's one. The second.
What do you mean? So with other people, anytime Joe Rogan talks to other guests, he's not actually adopting that position. He is saying stuff like that and comparing them to the Gestapo for no reason whatsoever, just to please the guest or something. What? I don't think so. I mean, I agree that he does seem to be like agreeable with whoever is on, but he doesn't say stuff he doesn't believe, and he doesn't claim to be doing internal critique on his guests either. So what is this like, oh, if other people talk to Joe Rogan, he's just saying that to be nice or whatever. But when I talk to Joe Rogan, that's when he says what he really means. All those other people that talk to him, they're like whatever. He's just sort of like just saying that to make them happy, or to be agreeable, or repeating their point back to them or something. That has nothing to do with his real beliefs. I know Joe Rogan's real beliefs, and when he was on with me, that's what Joe Rogan really thinks. But all this other stuff, that's like Joe Rogan just being nice. That's nothing. The only Joe Rogan that matters is the Joe Rogan that happened to be the one that I spoke to. All of the other Joe Rogans, that doesn't matter. What a cringe thing to say. You guys talk about Overwatch, Ask My Goal at all. He is a Zoomer version of this. He's some of his takes happen to be good, but most of the time he's sort of guessing. It tends to sort of say whatever's the most extreme stuff without really thinking about it. I used to sort of like him until somewhat recently, when he started saying really weird stuff. especially with the just saying kind of argumentation, whether he tries to make a statement. And one of my microanalysis, Brian's face reaction to that back of algorithm joke. He told me, he whispered it into my ear as I left the studio. Oh boy. This Joe Rogan thing is, I mean, he already had a large enough ego. This is just cringe. Just.
Second
That's
is
what he does in all of his
the second.
episodes.
The second is that his position, at least when I talked to him, was that he understood that
He has to tell someone when I talked to him, I talked to him. Did you hear? I talked to Joe Rogan. By the way, did you catch that? Did you catch that? I said earlier that I talked to Joe Rogan. He talked to me. Did you notice that earlier? He didn't say anything about it. But I said it just a minute ago. But you didn't say anything about it. You weren't like, wow, amazing. You talked to Joe Rogan. So I'm just wondering if you like heard that or whatever. You know, it's cool if you didn't. I'll just repeat it. Just repeat it for you. Did you know I went on Joe Rogan? By the way, I talked to Joe Rogan. Did you talk to Joe Rogan? No. Well, I talked to Joe Rogan. Why aren't you saying anything? Why aren't you saying anything? You gotta notice that I spoke to Joe Rogan. He talked to me like directly. Like I was like in the same room as Joe Rogan. Did you hear? Did you hear about Joe Rogan? I was like right there, and he was like right there, and he was like, Andrew, Ice, I love them. Why aren't you saying anything? I talked to Joe Rogan, damn it. I was there. I'm telling you, I was there. Please believe me. I'm serious. Do you want to see? I can pull up a clip. Look, this is me and Joe Rogan. I keep this photo in my wallet to remind me of the day that I went there. And he spoke to me directly. Oh boy. Asmongold is a World of Warcraft streamer. How did he end up in politics? Yeah, it seems like a lot of gaming is sort of gamers and politics discussions seem to have collided on YouTube because it's like, oh, play games in the background and whatever, and discuss politics in the foreground, or yeah, it's been a weird combination. He's an echo of the Gamergate. Gamer over politics pipeline. Makes me nostalgic. Wait, Andrew Wilson was on Joe Rogan? I'm not sure if you're joking. Joe Rogan told me, actually, Andrew, I think Smoky Man good. I love this one. I think this one's my favorite yet. And this one too. This one's cute. Yeah, apparently they're best friends according to Andrew. That's what it sounds like. Best buddies. They're always talking. You know, he's just talking to his buddy Joe Rogan. Still no Jay Dyer or Sam Hyde on Joe Rogan waiting. Oh boy. I still haven't looked into Sam Hyde, but Jay Dyer would be you know, that would be I don't know. I don't know if Joe Rogan would see through these people. He seems to get along with almost everybody, so I don't know if he sees through the bullshit. Unfortunately.
hey, there is definitely an orchestrated plan by leftists in order to agitate using and they use a mathematical formula to do it. They agitate in order to get feds to overreact, and when the feds
Using a mathematical formula to do it? What? What mathematical formula? What is he talking about? I know that there, like, some stuff about Signal group chats came out where they were, like, planning where to protest and stuff. But, like, so what? Big deal. I think people made way bigger of a deal about it, which, like, if any part of that was people doing illegal stuff and actually interfering with anything they weren't supposed to, sure, fine them, arrest them, whatever. But having a Signal chat and, like, noticing where like ICE might be isn't. I don't think that's a crime. Now, if they go and like literally stalk them, that might be a crime. But overall, like talking about them and filming them isn't really a crime as long as they don't go up and interfere too closely. Sorry, losing my voice again. So I think people like, oh, there's signal chats in there saying, oh, well, there's these leftists, they're so organized. There's basically an army. It's like an army of leftists that are, we have to fight them head on or whatever, because like, look at this signal chat. It's probably a bunch of like, I don't even know, like woke Karens going around and being like, oh, the ICE is over here. We gotta film them beating up people or whatever it is that they're doing. I don't know. I think if there was something illegal there, they're gonna take care of it, and if not, then it's not illegal and deal with it. Like whatever. We're all screwed when Jim Bob gets on Rogan. Joe Rogan is a student of Debate University. HATER can code switch. He can talk about pop culture and present himself as a fellow comedian. Oh no. They use mathematical equations. Never understood what he meant by that. Yeah, I don't get it. What mathematical equations? Like I get that they're like somewhat organized and stuff, but okay. Like organizing protests is not really illegal. If they cross a line into illegal, then arrest them. Whatever, move on. But I think people are blowing it way out of proportion. And even if like that does exist, how like so what?
React, then they justify their garbage fucking politics by saying that they're the Gestapo.
Well, there's the same thing conspiracy on the right that if you
two things can be true at once. They can be acting like the Gestapo, and there could be leftists organizing to watch them or whatever, or protest against them or whatever it is that they're doing.
you look at Project 2025 beforehand, and yeah, it kind of plans this sort of thing using military action and stuff.
Well, hold on. Before we get into Project 2025, even
yeah, there's the same conspiracy on the left, is what I'm saying.
Look, even if we're going to go ahead and grant and say, yes, ICE has made certain mistakes here, you know, law enforcement, they're humans, they make mistakes. In all kinds of different professions, people make mistakes, law enforcement makes mistakes. But in terms of their core mission, their foundational base mission, which is to deport genuine illegal immigrants, do you object to their core mission?
I don't object to that. But the one thing...
Hey, you do? You want amnesty?
Not complete amnesty. Okay, it's a long-term solution. But another Joe Rogan quote was, and a lot of others said that
Joe Rogan's not here, but
I know we voted to deport all the criminals.
He's not. But it's not just that.
It's not just him either. It's
Joe Rogan.
Most people think we went too far.
He's more of a middle of the road guy. Dave Smith's a libertarian. When you're talking about right wingers, I want to hear right wingers, the right wingers who would agree with your plan for amnesty. Who are they?
I'm not talking.
By the way, Dave Smith wouldn't agree with that plan for amnesty either.
I didn't bring about.
I don't know why he's saying amnesty as if she's saying, oh, we got to give them all amnesty. I think she said something about like people who have been here for 10 plus years or something, which, again, why don't we put those people last on the list? And if we ever get to them, then we can talk about it. But I think that there's plenty of options that aren't those people that can be deported before we get to those people. Why even? Yeah, I mean, at some point, it's like, you should have deported them years ago, and the train is sort of, or is it the ship has sort of sailed by now? Wait, what? What's the super chat glaze? Did I miss something?
Didn't talk about amnesty. I said that in general, Trump's campaign was about criminals and rapists.
Oh, the one earlier over here. If this chick has a 140 IQ, Andrew Wilson has a higher IQ than Einstein. Yeah, right. I don't know. I think they're probably a similar level of intelligence. She just has dyslexia or whatever, so she has trouble speaking. But a lot of people that have certain conditions, they can be normal smart. They can have normal amounts of intelligence and can even be smarter than normal, but they have trouble speaking out loud, like saying words and like formulating exactly how they're going to say things. But they do happen to be really intelligent otherwise, like in reading and writing and logic and knowledge and all this stuff. They just can't express their thoughts that well. So that's totally possible. Let's say they're probably equivalent intelligence-wise. They just happen to know different things, I would say. And she has trouble speaking in public. I learned to read before I learned the alphabet. My dad has dyslexia and had to point at the words when he read me bedtime stories. Oh, that's so nice. So these conditions can interact with us in very strange ways.
Okay, it's a long-term solution. But another Joe Rogan quote was, and a lot of other said that
Joe Rogan's not here, but
I know we voted to deport all
That's
the criminals.
true. He's not. But it's not just that.
It's not just him either. It's
Joe Rogan.
Most people think we went too far.
He's more of a middle of the road guy. Dave Smith's a libertarian. When you're talking about right wingers, I want to hear right wingers, the right wingers who would agree with your plan for amnesty. Who are they?
I'm not talking about.
By the way,
that.
Dave Smith wouldn't agree with that plan for amnesty either.
I didn't talk about amnesty. I said that in general, Trump's campaign was about criminals and rapists.
Yeah, but
they never said they were going to bring masked
these
people.
These people have committed a crime by entering
they should
the country
be deported.
illegally.
I get that. I'm saying for
I'm a little confused. On one hand, you said you
I think there's a cheaper, better solution. Yeah, deport people, but
well, can I ask you a question really quick? You say it's cheaper. Do you think, as far as having illegal immigrants in this country, the only thing that we're focused on is purely the economics of it?
No.
Like there's other factors too, perhaps.
No, I agree. You don't want the white race to.
Your argument is, well, it would be cheaper to have them create a pathway to allow them to stay here. Wouldn't it be technically cheaper? Let's say hypothetically there was a murderer, but he only you have precognition. You know that he will only have committed that one murder and he will never murder again, and he will otherwise be a law-abiding citizen from there on out. You would agree that it would be cheaper to not have law enforcement attempt to investigate the murder and go through the criminal prosecution process. It would be cheaper, right, to just let the murderer off?
What I'm talking about
is...
but
answer the question.
Oh, of course it would be cheaper.
Right. So, but just because something's cheaper doesn't necessarily mean that that is the right course of action.
Well,
how is that analogous?
I think the right course of action is to do investigations like that on these people.
Like a murder is a much more serious crime than crossing a border.
People who've been here for a long time, because that's cheaper. I think
you said it's cheaper to let them just give them pathway to citizenship, which may be true.
I mean, it is true, but I think investigation and just like how what we should make sure that they're not criminals and have a good standing in society.
By entering the country illegally.
I speed all the time. That's a civil crime. That's
Do you
not.
think speeding is equivalent to being here illegally?
We would do the same thing. It's not if you're trying to save your family and your life. That's not evil.
Law enforcement does enforce speeding. They'll give out speeding tickets.
I actually agree with you. We would do the same thing. So what?
Yeah. The difference is, I guess, empathy. I mean,
No.
I know you don't have empathy. It's not suicidal empathy.
Oh no, somebody said empathy. Run away. Oh no, empathy, scary empathy, scary stuff. Scary stuff. Like it can seem like it's debilitating, but it makes you function different. It could be helpful. Yeah, it definitely seems like she's not quite normal people as far as speaking. Joe Rogan is not here. What do you mean I asked you for examples? Do you want to bet $1,000? But on the other hand, she could just be tee I'm so dyslexic. Like generic moral thought experiments. He's trying to say that cheaper is not the definitional consideration. Yeah, but also like, sure, if cheaper is not the only thing, but if you're comparing something to murder versus crossing the border, it's not quite the same thing. Like those things are obviously treated differently in a multitude of ways. How do you ground morals outside of God? Oh, you can't. How are you going to question me on empathy?
I want the majority of them to be deported. That's not too much empathy. That's having some empathy.
Mm-hmm. So the thing here that's funny is it's anytime you talk to both sides they're always leftist. And
that's not true. What is this? Like, I thought people weren't a monolith, but you can sort of generalize like that you're allowed to do that. She's not allowed to do that, but you're allowed to do that? Okay.
Always lives. And they're always like, hey,
not true.
you know, the thing is, you just said that you were more on the left side than the right side.
That's because of social freedom. If you look at libertarians, they want social freedom, and considering both sides have completely fucked our government with spending, I'm going to go more towards the Dems.
What libertarians want is they want social freedom affirmed by property rights. The United States is property of the citizens of the United States. From the libertarian ethos, deporting fucking people who aren't supposed to be here.
He is right about that, but he's not right about, like, oh, every time you talk to both sides, they're always libs. I'm not, but obviously he's only talked to me for like a brief second, only enough time to call me names and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, he basically assumes that anyone he talks to that disagrees with him on anything is some sort of leftist or some sort of secret leftist or some sort of, like, if they're a Christian, they're of course like a sewing circle Christian. Like he's calling re-examination, or if they're a right-winger, they're secretly a leftist, or if they're like a traditional conservative lady that happens to think that women should keep the right to vote, then they're a secret feminist. Everybody's like secretly a feminist and secretly a leftist. And if somebody happens to say that they're in the middle, well, they're leftist, automatically leftist. I don't know. He gotta have like nightmares at night about leftists or something. It's ridiculous. Everything is always leftist this, leftist that. It's so annoying. Anyway, that was kind of what I wanted to cover there. That was all the cringe bits that are relevant in this portion. Let me skip to 54. Right around here.
That's why I would agree that we should raise the voting age, but
To what?
maybe like 25 or something.
How about instead of raising the voting age, you put in a restriction like gotta be married and have kids?
That's the whole Christian nationalist thing.
What's wrong with that?
The majority of the country is Christian technically, but I don't think even they would want that.
Why not?
You're kind
Seems
of
like a good idea.
kind of eliminating like your strength in the vote if you do that right.
Why? How?
Because if you and your wife both vote for the person you want,
Yeah.
if you're eliminating it, then you only get one vote instead of two.
Well,
It
it's
doesn't
going to
make
be
any
people with
sense.
families and kids are going to be more aligned with my ideology.
Yeah, but you're still going to lose if you. Does that make you higher likely to lose?
No, maybe make you higher likelihood to win if the people who vote are more aligned with your ideology.
No, because there's a lot of leftists, right?
Who don't have families because they kill their kids.
He's again generalizing like this, but apparently there are similar shares of Republican, Democrat, and Independent women that he says kill their kids, but he really means abortions here, not live birthed babies or anything. And apparently, Republican women 12%, Democratic women 14%, Independents 15%. So that's the rates across party lines of abortions. So when he says, "Oh, leftists kill their kids," apparently it's indeed pretty similar across the different party lines. So if it's a few percentage points, then that's not leftists kill their kids. That's kind of somewhat even across the board. So I thought that was interesting that he sort of throws that out as if it's factual, but it doesn't have anything to back it up. Like that is a big claim that overall leftists, it's what they do. They kill kids overall. Like that's something, what, like almost all of them, or what do you mean by leftists do that? That sounds like that's pretty much like a thing that like most of them do, but that's It's not true. He has no evidence to back it up. He sort of throws out things like that. But when opponents do that and throw out things like that, then he's like, "Oh, well, what's your evidence for that? What's your evidence? Where's your studies or whatever? Is this peer reviewed? Is this and that and that?" But he can do stuff like this all the time. All the time, he tosses out weird ass, like completely misleading stuff, and he can get away with it. Imagine if she said something like, "Oh well, Republicans just kill babies. That's what they do." Imagine if she said that he would of course demand evidence for it. Yeah, it's absurd to just hand wave empathy. Empathy is the tone policing of emotions. Yeah, the whole like, oh, everything is tone policing. So weird. You mean like just be just a human being style, like justification? He's truly beefing with everyone. Suing circle secularist. I like that one. If you raised it to 25, we would emergently get more married landowners to be the voting population. Sound like he's advanced a position he didn't use to add the have a family part in there. This is a culture war of both sides kind of nitpicking something they agree on. What's the methodology? Yep, that's another one he likes to say.
You said married. You didn't say you can only
I said
vote.
married with kids. You have a family.
Yeah, well,
Why don't you do one household voting? Something like you don't even have to do that. I'm just saying that anything that has stake in the nation is going to be better than this dumb idea that just everybody should be enfranchised. Our founders didn't want that. They hated it. They hated the idea that everybody would be enfranchised. They didn't want anything to do with that.
well, the founding fathers also, gave us the way to amend the Constitution because they understood that they didn't have all the answers and society would change.
They didn't want it amended so that everybody could vote. I can tell you that.
Well, they put that ability in, and this is where society took
That
us.
was interpreted, by the way. But the thing is, it's funny about
Everything's
this.
an interpretation.
Yeah, the thing that's funny about this is like, no, they had no intention. They didn't trust the electorate because they thought they were stupid, and they were right.
Well, times haven't changed in that regard, but
They haven't.
I don't think it. Yeah, that's the whole Christian nationalist thing I don't agree with.
That's not even Christian nationalist.
A lot of people can't have kids. So
Did I put the restriction you had to be a Christian?
no, a lot of people can't have kids.
So why fuck them? Why do they get to vote? What makes it a right that people
That's so
have? Like,
stupid.
oh, you get to vote just because you exist. Like, that's the stupid position.
That's the Constitution.
No, it's not.
Currently,
No.
currently, yes, it is.
It was never intended to have a vote. It was never intended for everybody to vote, ever. Never.
What they did intend to do was,
Restrictions up, down, better.
I mean, like, I'm not completely opposed to that, except that it would kind of make different, like, completely, the United States wouldn't be very united anymore, and we'd all just live
It's
in
not
different.
united now.
I don't know what he means by it's not united now. It's not really clear because technically the federal government is probably the strongest it's ever been. So I don't know what he means by that. Like, sure, people have opinions that are different, but I would say that the federal government is pretty damn strong. They keep adding more and more powers to themselves. Yeah, I don't know what he means by that. Let's move on to is there something at 111 here?
That's how most of the debates are.
Oh yeah, so this is the bit over here where he, like, of course, Andrew goes to take a smoke break or whatever, and she wants to take a break too. She keeps asking, "Can I take a break? I'm tired. I want to take a break. I need to use the restroom." Blah blah blah. She keeps asking and asking, and they just ignore her the whole time, completely ignore her, and keep interrogating her. And of course, it's Brian's turn over here. This is it's weird. It's like they're tag teaming this poor little puppy, confused little puppy. She's like, can I take a break too? They're like, no. Why'd you say this? 5 months ago you said you hated the show. What you gotta say about it now, huh? I changed my mind. I want to take a break. What are you gonna say about it? It's fair game. Why do you hate the show? Give me evidence. I just want to take a break. I want to use the restroom. Can I use the restroom? No, answer the question. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Answer the question. This is so cringe. This whole thing was so cringe. Like, I almost want to play it, but it drags out for such a long time that it's painful.
That you thought that we were down to bring on people with opposing views.
Yeah.
And you
This is about the
said-
James Talrico thing. This is about James Tallarico. That's the whole reason I was mad at you. Is because for like a year almost, I kept trying to get
It
us
wasn't a year.
like 6 months maybe, since I started bringing it up. That's why I got mad at you. Is because you told me to find people who I thought were worthy to bring on the show, and then I kept bringing up James Tallarico.
Why are you doing a quote when that? I'm pretty sure that's not what.
We can
I
go
said.
into the episode, because I was saying, because you were telling me to recruit people, because I didn't think it wasn't up to my. You said find people up to my standards of who should be on the show. You said that on the episode.
On the episode or in the
that I
messages?
was on the episodes that I was on, but the people can look it up, and I said fine, and I did, and then you were ignoring it. That's why I was mad.
Yeah, I mean, okay. But you wrote scared to be called out on?
I was trying to appeal to. Yeah, you weren't answering me, so I was trying to appeal
Well,
to.
I'm managing I'm juggling oftentimes hundreds of different DMs. We already had you on 2 shows. We had you on a dating talk panel, and then we had you on a sort of very other, similarly informal debate. You kind of crashed the debate. There's some other girls there. Frankly, I mean, based off of how this debate is going and your performance in the previous debates, I'm almost somewhat regretting having booked this. Your performance was quite poor on the dating talk. Your performance was poor. Your performance is poor tonight.
Cool.
You're all over the place.
I've never been
You're completely
in a
incoherent.
debate. I'm incoherent.
Well, then why are you asking if you're not a good debater, why are you?
I'm here
why
for
are
a bigger purpose, is to talk to the people who actually understand what I'm saying and are tired of the hate.
Well, we'll get into that, which is.
This is so weird because I was so confused when I heard this. So she was on the show 2 times already. He said both times she did poorly. So, and then she asked to be on to debate and whatever, and he was like, yeah, okay. Why did you just say no? This is entirely Brian's fault. Entirely Brian's fault. How can he be like, oh, well, you wanted to be on, so blah, 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 you suck. I knew you were gonna suck, and here you are, you still suck. Like, if you knew she was bad at this, you knew the way that she was performing, you didn't like the way she was performing, and here she is performing exactly the way you expected, and you want to make a big deal out of it, you got exactly what you paid for. This is exactly what you ordered. Here it is now. If you're so upset about it, why did you order it? Don't freaking order something you don't want. It's like she was the one that was responsible for scheduling and running the show or something. Like, she decided to be on, and it had to be done because this random chick decided that she was going to come on the show and debate. Like, he had no power whatsoever. He had no say. It's like, she said she was going to come on, and he just had to oblige. Just had to oblige. There was no. He was powerless. She wanted to come on the show. What was he gonna do? Say no? Not schedule her? Schedule somebody else? I mean, all of those things are crazy talk. How could he possibly? She wanted to come on again. He was obliged. I don't understand this. Like, why keep crying at her about how bad she's doing if you knew she was going to be doing this poorly? Like, why? What did you think was different this time? Clearly nothing. This is so stupid. I think I've moved on a little bit past these ones. I was gonna try to be an awfully good chat about it. Clip farming. Yeah. Definitely clip farming for the YouTube shorts. That's probably true. Women can't do anything without men. The only reason we let you do anything is because of other men. The men are stopping the men from stopping the women. That's feminism. What? They're stopping the men from doing stuff. What? Why, if you're a manosphere guy, do you need more strong men to get women to act right? It's this weird, skewed dating market view they have that weak men somehow contaminate a dating market. Strong men to get, yeah. None of this stuff they say makes sense, honestly. Like, once in a while they say something that happens to be true, but I'm pretty sure that's an accident.
Just part of the reason I'm sitting here on the panel.
Not here on the show.
Yeah, but I mean, look, it improved a little bit, but the first 10, 15 minutes of this debate, ooh boy, that was rough. I almost wanted to apologize to Andrew for, look, hey, Andrew's he's a BSD.
What is that?
Don't worry about it. But
I don't know what a BSD is.
But I feel like I felt bad for Andrew. I'm like, man, he came all this way. We've got another debate for him tomorrow. By the way, guys, those of you who are watching the stream, Andrew will be debating Not So Erudite tomorrow at about, I think we're aiming to go live at 3:30 p.m. So given our 3:45, but 3:30. We're trying to go live 3:30 p.m. tomorrow with Erudite. And so we do have another debate tomorrow. Andrew will be here for our dating talk panel on Sunday. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, can you go over to Twitch? Can you pull up the window over there, Nathan? Show us the Twitch window. Make sure nothing else is being shown.
I'll be right back.
Actually,
Let me find the.
wait,
Finally, she just gets
hold on a
up.
sec. We gotta wait.
Look,
Actually,
she's
no,
trying to
hold
go.
on,
Oh no,
hold
she
on.
couldn't do it. She tried to go to the restroom. He didn't let her again. Oh my god, this is awful. This is so weird. I'm looking for the next timestamp here that might be worth doing. I'll let it play while I do that.
What do you, and
hold on.
you said I did bad on the dating podcast. I had like so many people in my inbox talking about how like y'all did me dirty.
For example,
and
OnlyFans girls will say I'm a 10 because so many guys buy my OnlyFans.
I
But,
agree with
the woman,
that.
Stop. The woman could be morbidly obese and not attractive and still have men like saying this. So in any case,
what do you mean? I agree with you on like the majority of that shit. I don't know what you're talking.
coming through here, maybe I should wait till everybody's back at the table. So Andrew, how you been, man? How's it going?
I've been good. A lot of travel, working on some big projects for the Crucible. We got something extra special coming up that's top secret, but I think it's going to shock a lot of people. It's going to
What, like the World War debates that was top secret that never happened?
be pretty amazing. And that's happening at near the end of the month. Glad to be back on Whatever with all of you. I know that there's tons of people in the Whatever audience who don't like me, and there's tons of people who do. But even to those who hate me, you missed me, right? You missed me. Admit it. You missed me. By the way, a lot of that exchange, just so you know.
Not really. He's just everywhere, and not enough people are criticizing his bullshit.
No, these aren't attributed to positions I have. That was for those of you who are slow boys out in the Whatever audience. The Crucible doesn't have this problem, but some of you in the Whatever audience do. Most of you don't, but some of you do. That's called an internal critique. That's me
It's called an internal critique.
critiquing the position because it's incoherent. So I know that what'll happen is many of you stupid people are going to be like, Andrew believes X, when that has nothing to do with what just happened. What just happened was an internal criticism of somebody's incoherent position. So that's how you debate. So
Yeah. Again, an internal critique has to actually adopt the opponent's position for the sake of argument, not argue with them and say, oh no, it's this, and then say it's internal critique. Internal critique has to stay internal to the opponent's own beliefs. You can't be injecting your own stuff into an internal critique and calling it internal critique. That's not how internal critique works. I don't know how many times I have to repeat that, but he doesn't seem to either get it, or he does get it, but it's just too convenient to use that, because most people would just take his word for it that whatever he's doing is that, and that basically gives him a like what's that Monopoly thing where it's you get out of jail free card. That basically gives him a get out of jail free card. So anytime he says something that could get him in some trouble, or it's something that is easy to criticize. Anytime he says anything like that, he can, at any point in the debate, even like an hour later, he can be like, oh yeah, this whole thing, this was internal critique. I didn't mean anything I said. When he very clearly did. It's very obvious when he injects his own opinions, because he argues with the person about it. He's like, no, it's this, no, it's that. When the opponent's like, no, I don't think that. He's like, well, I think this and I think that. But then he goes, oh, well, he'll realize that it's like a cringe thing to do, and he'll realize like, oh yeah, this is like an easy thing someone can hit me with. Oh yeah, this was all internal critique. All of it, internal critique. So you can't criticize me because it's all internal critique. The whole thing, by the way, everything I say is internal critique, so you can't possibly criticize anything I say, because it's all internal critique, all of it. That's all it is. Internal critique is the word of the day, and that is all that ever happens. Nothing else happens. Only internal critique ever happens. Anything else I say that sounds like my opinion, you might think is my opinion, even if it's different from the opponent, even if this, even if that, all of it is internal critique, no matter what. No matter what I say, it's all internal critique. So I can't be criticized for anything, because everything I say is really the opponent's position. So whatever cringe thing I said, it's really their fault. So criticize them instead. That's the get out of jail free card that he constantly uses, and it's so annoying. Does it sound like what they think? That's my interpretation, at least. Podcasts are the final form of patriarchy power. That's fucking dude. Hold on a sec. They're sitting next to each other across from her like the Bobs in Office Space. Interrogating her. Andrew stole the internal critique from Jay. Oh, is that true? Well, he should have stolen it at least where he can use it more accurately. Word war debate happened, just not with Andrew. Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying, like, he was talking about the secret thing that was going to happen, and then he finally revealed it, and they were walking around this large office space with Sam Tripoli, and he's all like, oh, we're going to do, we're businessmen, we're going to, and then he's like, oh, and by the way, I'm not going anymore, get refunds, y'all, because I'm not going. I don't know what happened, but yeah. That was the big important secret that Sarah apparently like was supposed to help with, but then she said something naughty or giggled at something that was said about poor little Rob that couldn't handle trolling, and yeah, that whole drama happened. That was the big secret thing that she was supposed to be doing. That's how you debate get out of jail free card. Jay has the presupposition strategy where he assumes everyone who's a skeptic has to accept Hume's internal critique. That's where it got forged in the online debate profiles. Smile none. She should spell up 1 for 100. I get them to argue against their own position and they don't even realize it. You know how bad Pearl is gonna do. Yeah, giggling is not allowed. If you giggle, you lose everything, and then you get attacked viciously by many popular channels and get told like you're gonna get like a mass exodus where some like more famous YouTuber is gonna tell everybody to unsubscribe and call you awful names if you happen to giggle at something naughty. It can't be a little naughty. It's too naughty. Giggling is too naughty. Unacceptable. All right, that was. I definitely wanted to catch that one there because, well, I explained why. Oh god, I got a fluff in here again. There's always a fluff. I had this in the laundry earlier. I should have done like the thing on it. What's it called? The thing that gets like cat hair off things. That's like a roller, lint roller. I should have ran a lint roller through it before we're trying to wear it again. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the fair game stuff, it's not really worth covering.
Anyway, just saying.
I've already gone through that. Yeah, the whole criticism of the show stuff is like, whatever. Discussion 3657. Oh,
donated one.
Back here, 27. Something right around here. So this is the like women voting section.
And I mean, everyone in general needs to be more educated on.
More educated.
No, I'm on the financial state of our country because for so long, both sides have been like, oh, it's whatever, we print money, sort of vibes, but no one really
I don't
understands.
want to educate the stupid. You can't educate them. You just don't let them vote. That's what you do. You just stop letting stupid fucking people vote.
I do agree we need like some sort of
18-year-olds
competence.
shouldn't be
I
voting.
don't think they should be voting either. I think there needs to be a competency test so you can understand how basic things work.
How about stakeholder? That would be good. Something like that. Some kind of stake in the game.
I don't know about stake because poor people.
Yeah, those.
I'm disabled. Does that
Of
make me
course.
unable to vote because if I'm poor?
If you're,
Do I not get the
here's the thing
internet?
that's funny is like,
I don't think it's the disability or the poorness that he's concerned about. I think it's mostly the genitals. You got the wrong genitals, lady.
so you just made my point for me. If you're disabled, right, and you vote, you're not going to vote against your own disability, are you? You're not going to vote against cash for your own disability.
Well, I don't get any cash for it.
If you did,
Of course I wouldn't.
Of course you wouldn't. You're going to vote in your interest, and that interest is robbing the treasury of other people's money for you. That's the problem with democracy and power blocks, and that's why your plan of both sidesing, all the both siders are retarded. It doesn't work in real time.
I don't disagree, but I thought that he wanted to do Christian nationalism. Wouldn't Christian nationalism mean that the government shells out for stuff that the church normally would shell out for? I'm confused.
Saying complete work for, I mean,
Not that this was what my note was about, but I just happened to catch that.
vote for who you want to vote for based off of whatever values and what wants is. The only thing I'm asking for people to agree on is to, like, I hate Gavin Newsom and how everyone's calling him the president because they were like slimeball. I'm just asking people to, before they judge people based off of their party, look at their campaign contributions.
So people are so fucking stupid that they're willing to vote a guy like Gavin Newsom into office. And do you think you're going to convince those people to go along with your plans?
Everybody's kind of waking up to like the whole Israel thing and the deep state and all that.
That's a completely that's an exposition. Listen,
it's happening all over the place already.
Israel, the support for Israel, I'm just going to be completely blunt with you. A lot of people don't like hearing this, but they know it's true. The position of support for Israel globally is still a very popular position. In fact, it's much, you can look it up. It is still a very popular position to have support of Israel. What you're talking about.
The boomers, not young people who are taking over.
Yeah, but young people don't support shit. They hate everything, which is fair. I understand that. I get it. But what you're talking about, when you're talking about the global awakening, right?
Yeah.
The global awakening to do what? The leftist global awakening is to, well, we're going to soak the millionaires and billionaires and we're going to raise the corporate tax.
I missed it. What happened to it? It's 47. Did I miss it somehow?
You don't want to educate the stupid. You can't educate them. You just don't let them vote. That's what you do. You just stop letting stupid fucking people vote.
I do agree.
Oh, I get it. Maybe it's further along.
To have support of Israel. Fair. Based on powers from
Really?
The problem is that you give media then
actually like has influence for young people.
The problem is you're seeing like a base Chad right wing. Guess what? That poisons on instead of old media. They do. And you know who else they see there? They're not just seeing like a base Chad right-wingers. They're seeing Hassan Piker. They're seeing Destiny. They're seeing all these left-wing scumbags who are pushing their left-wing message. And guess what? That poisonous message, that's worked. It's worked well. You know,
young people, dumb Gen X, but like boomers. Everybody else who are young are coming onto like YouTube and stuff for sources. And if you look at them, everyone who's actually like has influence for young people, they all agree with exactly what I'm saying, and they're telling other people.
They don't.
Yeah,
no,
they do. About the tax.
The problem is, you're right. People do switch over to online now instead of old media. They do. And you know who else they see there? They're not just seeing like a base Chad right-wingers. They're seeing Hassan Piker. They're seeing Destiny. They're seeing all these left-wing scumbags who are pushing their left-wing message. And guess what? That poisonous message, that's what
base Chad right-wingers.
worked. It's worked well.
Yeah.
And you act like this dialectic just doesn't exist because you wish it didn't.
No,
but it does.
I literally watch all of them. There's something changing in politics. Like, everyone's realizing we're not each other's enemies. Like, let's say, I know you're not. I watch Carlson where you can go.
Long time. It's really funny though because a lot of that comes from Sinkiger focusing on the fact that he was a media talking head.
That's why I would agree that we should raise the voting rate age, but
got to be married and have kids.
That's the whole Christian nationalist thing.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, here it is.
The majority of the country is Christian technically, but I don't think even they would want that.
Why not?
You're kind
Seems
of
like a good idea.
kind of eliminating like your strength in the vote if you do that right.
Why? How?
Because if you and your wife both vote for the person you want, if you're eliminating it, then you only get one vote instead of two.
Well, it's going to be people with families and kids are going to be more aligned with my ideology.
Yeah, but you're still going to lose if you. Does that make you higher likely to lose?
No, maybe make you higher likelihood to win if the people who vote are more aligned with your ideology.
No, because there's a lot of leftists, right?
Who don't have families because they kill their kids.
You said married. You didn't say you can only.
I said
vote.
married with kids. You have a family.
Yeah, well.
Why don't you do one household voting? Something like that. You don't even have to do that. I'm just saying that anything that has stake in the nation is going to be better than this dumb idea that just everybody should be enfranchised. Our founders didn't want that. They hated it. They hated the idea that everybody would be enfranchised. They didn't want anything to do with that.
Well, the founding fathers also, gave us the way to amend the Constitution because they understood that they didn't have all the answers and society would change.
They didn't want it amended so that everybody could vote. I can tell you that.
Well, they put that ability in, and this is where society took us.
That was interpreted, by the way. But the thing is, it's funny about
Everything's
this.
an interpretation.
Yeah, the thing that's funny about this is like, no, they had no intention. They didn't trust the electorate because they thought they were stupid, and they were right.
Well, times haven't changed in that regard, but
they haven't.
I don't think it. Yeah, that's the whole Christian nationalist thing I don't agree with.
That's not even Christian nationalist.
A lot of people can't have kids. So
did I put the restriction you had to be a Christian?
No, a lot of people can't have kids.
So why fuck them? Why do they get to?
Yeah, a lot of people can't have kids. So what? Fuck them? What the hell?
Vote. What
yeah,
makes
this is the bit I was trying to find. 55, 54. So what? Fuck them. That's actually a problem for a lot of people currently. I don't know exactly what the cause is, but a lot of people are infertile nowadays. A lot of people have to do IVF, and even with that, a lot of people in the Western world are struggling with fertility. I don't know if there's something in the water, in the food, um, something about our lifestyles has changed, but people are really, really struggling with infertility. Many people, and that's already awful enough that really, like, people really struggle with it. It's really painful for people to already go through in many ways, and they already feel so bad about it. And for the for for this dick right here to come out and be, oh, fuck them, they don't get to vote. If they happen to not be able to have kids, fuck them, fuck them.
Makes it a right that people have, like, oh, you get to vote just because you exist. Like, that's the stupid position.
That's the Constitution.
Fuck them. If you happen to not be able to have kids, fuck them. They don't get to vote. Okay. I mean, if that's the hill you want to die on. 129.
That's the most base shit I ever heard. Hey, baby, you want to go out? By the way,
Oh yeah. Oops.
Times haven't changed in that regard, but
they haven't.
yeah, that kind of takes away.
Men who want to date, you want to take.
That it kind of takes away their game in a sense. If
How would you know
you've
that
given
these-
them a lot of confidence to say that.
Whoa, wait, hold on, really quick. Absent them.
Who are these fucking base chads,
Yeah,
by the way?
They're-
That's the most base shit I ever heard. Hey, baby, you want to go out? By the way, you should be able to fucking vote. So it's like, that's fucking, what the fuck? What are you guys doing? What are you doing?
I'm just saying you're making your chances of getting laid
Hold on.
or in a relationship far less.
You can't fuck me if I can't vote.
Yeah, I would say that's a good idea, ladies.
Yeah, she's gonna lock your legs up.
I don't fuck anyway.
That'll teach the Christian nationalists.
For some reason, this panel popped up with the live chat on the side, and I can't close it. 1 second. Okay, there it is. That little X wasn't coming up. YouTube has been so buggy. This is so annoying. Sorry about that. But yeah, apparently,
You did.
I'm just saying you're making your chances of getting laid
Hold on.
or in a relationship far less.
oh, it happened again. Oh, this is so annoying. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on here. I apologize. But yeah, over here it was really cringe because she was talking about how people from the show have been hitting her up, and how they were like, well, you want to date or whatever, but women shouldn't vote, and how trying to hit on women and then telling them they shouldn't vote is like contributing to the male loneliness epidemic, because women don't want to date men who want to take away their rights, and stuff like that. That's kind of what she was getting at. And he was like, oh, these base chads are telling women not to vote. All these base chads. that's what you are. If you tell women that they shouldn't be voting, you're a based chad, according to Mr. Wilson here. All right, let me move on to the next one because this one keeps bugging out. Oh, and there's some more to this.
Can't fuck me if I can't vote.
Yeah, I would say that's a good idea, ladies.
What is with this creepy ass laugh too?
Yeah, she's gonna lock your legs up.
I don't fuck
Lock your legs up.
anyway.
That'll teach the Christian nationalists that women are all gonna stop being skanks if you don't let them vote.
So,
What is going on here? This like women voting thing is apparently so funny.
I mean, really quick, just on this point. Real quick on this point.
Even Brian isn't laughing.
Absent that.
Like what happened? What just happened there? Something is wrong with this guy. All right, let me catch up on chat here. Giggling loses aura, especially female. No, not the fluff. Why couldn't Helen Keller drive? Because she was a woman. I'm on the stake in the game side, to be honest. I don't mind that either, but his whole the reason he wants that is because it would keep most women out of the voting pool. Previously, he said basically, like, sure, we don't say that women shouldn't vote, but if we make it so that people have to have a stake in the game, then it will basically have the same effect. So as long as the effect is the same, women not voting, then it doesn't really matter how we get there, is basically what he's getting at in previous debates, at least, and in this, basically in this one as well. He does think men are the fairer sex. Absolutely. That is absolutely right. I should really get that clip and get like a collection of those, like the cringiest clips ever, and play it at like the Be Right Back screen or something. I should put something like that together. That would be funny. I still can't believe he would say something like that. Although I'm not surprised. For somebody who clearly is not a fan of women, for him to say that he thinks that women are not as attractive as men without the makeup, that's honestly not that surprising. But I imagine he has a Ministry of Warrior ethic where women just inherently have less stake in the game because of logos or something like that. He advocates for using democracy to enact Christian nationalism, but is opposed to disabled people both voting in their own interests. Yeah. Those two people would be the ones with their own ideology. He is appealing to rationalism, and that someone not stupid would be a Christian. He's practicing circular sociology. He's not equipped to appeal to the mystical or transcendent. He can only appeal to the masculine and rational sentiment. No kids, no stake in the game. Isn't there an infertility problem going on? Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. Right, Andrew's assuming no kids is a top-down choice that betrays lack of responsibility. If I don't have kids, I don't have a stake in society. Yeah, I don't get that. What if I'm a really fun uncle? That's not good enough, apparently. You gotta have kids or else no voting. And if you can't, that's too bad. Fuck you. It's too bad. That's what he says. He says that because he thinks it would exclude leftists from voting. No. It's also a denial of universal morality, that people can't be good if they literally have children to take care of. If you're just tribalistically protecting your kid, that is not goodness. It's a problem with pre-Christian religions. Struggle with full human history. Performative to the extreme. Based is rarely, if ever, paired with a smart thought. Just a blunt thought. I have noticed that as well. I just realized we talked about Jorgens, so we met the bold quota for the stream. Phew. Oh no. You're keeping me on my toes about the I gotta add custom emojis to the chat in Discord at least. I don't think I can do it yet in the YouTube thing until we have more subscribers. If I can have an orphanage but I'm childless, can I still vote? Nope. F you. If you're on an orphanage, F you. That is too bad. Sometimes a hammer is a tool and sometimes it's a weapon based. No vote. No vote for the orphanage runner. That is not based enough. All right, let's get. All right, we got the lock your legs up with the creepy laughing thing covered. Let's see here. Oh, apparently he says something over here.
These people disclosing that they're viewers of the podcast. How could you even come to the determination that it's even my viewers that are sliding into your DMs trying to hit on you?
They said they saw me on the podcast.
Men are in favor. Probably like if you're trying to flirt with somebody.
Men don't do
on the sounds 19th. I mean, me personally, this is more so.
Here, sorry. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. So. On the topic of the 19th, I mean, me personally, this is more so something Andrew has talked about. Although my understanding of Andrew's position on this is he wants to pretty much claw back the voting rights from both men and women.
Correct.
But as it relates specifically to the 19th.
And then give it back to households with children so that only the men vote and the women are sort of included in the household because the men are the heads of the household, so women don't get to vote. So essentially, effectively, you get the same outcome of women not voting. It's sort of a women not voting, but with extra steps.
And women's access to the vote. My opinion on this has perhaps evolved to some degree. Currently, in order for men to have access to the vote, they have to register for the Selective Service. They're subject.
Apparently, that's not true. So I don't know where he gets that.
To forced military conscription in a way that women are not. This would.
apparently there's no direct legal requirement to um that connects voting, like having the right to vote, with registering for the select service. Um, apparently that's not a thing. I tried looking for it, but it doesn't seem to be a thing. There are other punishments, but they haven't been there's like a um apparently it can be a felony, but no one's been prosecuted since 1986. So I think everybody's fine. Like, I know they love to bring up the whole selective service thing a lot. I'm honestly fine with getting rid of it. I think if anything, we shouldn't be invading other countries. We're safe where we're at, and if America, like the continent, gets invaded, like the main like continental 48 or even Alaska or even Hawaii or even like any of the territories, if any part of America gets invaded, I have full confidence that we will have enough volunteers that we won't need to do drafts. I have full confidence in that. Plus everybody's armed, so it's going to be hard to take over any areas with all the citizens being armed over here. They're going to have a bad time, anyone that invades. And we don't draft now, and we have tons of military and military tech and military people, and we're good. We're good. So yeah, I'm fine with getting rid of it, and because it keeps getting, they keep holding it, especially Brian and, well, Andrew too. Both of them keep holding this selective service over the head of, well, women don't have to do it and men have to do it, therefore women shouldn't be able to vote because, well, men get to vote because they get to be drafted, even though that's never going to happen. So women get to give up something real, like a tangible thing, and men are stuck with this like responsibility that they'll never be called upon to cash in, basically. So sure, sounds fair. It's totally fair. Also, men and women are different, so why should men and women have like exactly the same responsibilities in society if we are so different? Maybe it's the difference that makes it so that men have certain responsibilities, and there doesn't necessarily have to be an equivalent on the other side because men and women are so different, right? But yeah, I'm completely fine with getting rid of it. I think we'll be fine with just volunteers if shit really hit the fan. I think we'll be fine. I'm fine with getting rid of it. I don't think it's fair to do. It's annoying to have to even do that, and even though nobody's really getting prosecuted for it, I still think it shouldn't be a thing regardless. Like if nobody's getting prosecuted for it anyway, let's just make it so that we get rid of it entirely and not have to worry about it and not have it held over our heads. Yeah, parents-based, orphans cringe, obviously, right? I thought Clausewitz-style wars were over, but Russia-Ukraine has been a thing. I assumed war now was just a civil war versus global police state thing today. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be wars in other countries still, but America specifically, we're fine. If America was ever invaded, there'd be 1 million man volunteer army overnight, 20 million in a month, not including the militias that would spring up. Yeah. Yeah, men are no longer conscripted, so we no longer have a warrior slash patriarchy. Men have more stake in the game ethic. The draft argument is always low IQ and dumb ammo. Chivalry is literally dead. I don't know if that's true. By the way, welcome back to Dances with Squirrels. How are the squirrels dancing recently? I hope they are dancing continuously well. But yeah, I don't honestly think that chivalry is dead. I think there is slightly less of it than there used to be. Sort of obviously, right? But I think it's mostly like the red pill manosphere spaces where it's mostly dead, but I wouldn't even say there because uh, from all of these podcasts, the reason that the OF girls keep going on there is because every time that they go on there, after that they keep their like subscribers on those sites that are paying them to see them, undress, go up by like thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, depending on how big the show is. So that's the same audience that claims to not want that sort of thing, that their income clearly like sometimes doubles and stuff. So I don't think it's dead, and not that chivalry is paying for that sort of thing, but what I'm saying is men that are sort of the men that live and breathe this manosphere content, they'll often say in the comments things like, "Oh, well, this 304, this and that, I'd never touch that," but in reality, they go and pay for them. So I wouldn't really take anything they say that seriously. So when they say like, "Oh, I'd never gonna pay for a woman's first date. I'm gonna have to take them to McDonald's and then they have to pay for me because men's rights or whatever, or women don't get chivalry because they're not traditional women, and so I'm not gonna be a traditional man and not pay for the date." But they still do. I think they still do because everything else that they say they supposedly do or don't do, it seems like the opposite is true. So, um, and I haven't been like out in the world dating or anything for many years. I've been sort of a shut-in, but years ago when I did, I don't think the world is that different, and I haven't encountered any men who were like, well, okay, to be fair, I didn't really date much, but the few men that I did go out with at the time, um, they weren't like that. So they opened doors to things and stuff. So at the very basic level of like being polite and opening doors for women, I think that still exists. Like even now, if I go to the gas station, I think if like I'm at the door and a man is there, the door usually does get opened. And I also like hold the door behind me. Like I think people are just generally polite, and I don't think this chivalry has really gone away entirely. Like sure, you may not have a man like putting their jacket down on a puddle for a lady to walk across it, but ladies also don't wear those like giant dresses that drag across the ground now to really have a need for that anyway. So I think some things, chivalry-wise, have evolved with the times, and sure, a lot of things we don't do anymore, but a lot of things are still there, and I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. The red pill should be where chivalry should come from. It's traditional and Western. Yeah, but the whole point is like, oh well, if the woman isn't traditional, literally, what does Brian say? He wants women to do his laundry on the first date. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if the women aren't going to be traditional, then the men aren't going to be chivalrous or whatever. It's not dead unless you're liberal. Most men don't let their women pump gas, open doors, or walk close to roads. Yeah, especially like Southern men are also way more chivalrous, I would say, than Northern as far as like American geography goes. Like the pump gas thing, I didn't think that was a thing until I was in the South. When I lived in the South for a bit, I realized that was even a thing. um, but like the pumping gas specifically, I thought that was, yeah, I was surprised by that. But the opening doors and the walk close to roads, I think those are pretty common things still. And I think I don't know, for some reason all of these like red pill and red pill adjacent podcasts, they seem to treat this concept of chivalry from men as something that men are losing or somehow is like being taken advantage of by women or something like that. But I don't think most normal men see it that way. I think most normal men see it as they are the ones that are um, being like strong and powerful and like treating the woman as somebody who is like physically weaker, which is factually true, and someone like a person that needs to be protected by somebody who is stronger. So it generally gives men more like confidence and strength, and that's something that it's they're not losing anything by being chivalrous, because this whole like often on the show, basically every time I've seen the show, they go on about how, oh well, if a man has to, if a man walks on the side of the street where the cars generally are, and the woman walks on the inside of the street, then if a car comes by and hits the man, he's literally risking his life every day just by walking on the outside of the sidewalk. Like, how often does that happen? That is so unlikely to happen that the whole like walking on the outside of the sidewalk is more of it's more of like, oh, I feel strong because I'm like I can defend the lady, and that's literally built into any normal man except for like the manosphere ones that for some reason think that they're gonna lose something, or what a car is gonna come out of nowhere and drive on the sidewalk and suddenly kill them because like what, like these things don't happen. So you're not really risking anything. The draft doesn't happen. You're not really risking anything. A lot of these things, men don't lose anything by doing them, and a lot of men do still pay for first dates, and that's something that like I've I have like when I did used to date a long time ago, I always did offer to pay for myself, but e- every single time the person would get offended by it. And okay, like honestly, I don't have a large sample size, but every single person that I offered to pay for was offended. So I don't know. I really don't think that men are losing by being chivalrous, and it seems to be something that most men enjoy doing. So that is my spiel. Chivalry is an intellectual philosophy, not just a custom. You literally believe the love of your life is source of your divine inspiration, and you carry that into battle. Men have no battle, seek no divine inspiration, and only see chivalry as blue-pilled custom. Historically, with faith, you don't need women to do your laundry and honor a transaction, as a mental model gives men a direction for their action. Yeah, it's like being stuck. It's like being struck by lightning. Even one nights, we sleep closer to the hotel door just in case. Yeah, and I don't. I can't think of any women that I know that are like, oh no, chivalry, gross, or like, oh no, I have to be on the outside of the street, or no, I have to be closer to the hotel door, or whatever. I think why the men generally do most of the like chivalry related things, I don't. Most of the women that I know don't take it for granted. I think that always it tends to like elevate respect back too. It's not like something that men sort of do for free and get taken advantage of. It's something that men enjoy doing for one, and the women have more respect for the men that do. And that's like everybody wins. I don't see the problem. And I mean, to be doomer, just the model has severely changed. Yeah, I mean, sure, that the times have changed too, and what people mean by chivalry is like the little things that we've discussed, like holding doors, being closer to the potential danger that is very unlikely to happen, things like that. But um, that's generally what people mean by that now. So that I'm using the word as it's used in today's language. But you are absolutely right that it has changed drastically, and it used to mean a lot more in like the medieval times and whatever. But we have what we have now. We have what we have that's left of it, and it seems to be something that's sticking around. All this whole time, it hasn't gone away, even though so much of the world has changed. And sure, it's changed a lot, but it's still here. that must mean something. All right, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit babbling about the chivalry. Let me find the next little bit here. The very basis of it is it's meant to be done in charity. It's one of the highest ideals because you're doing good for somebody you're normally expecting stuff from. Okay. Let me skip to a little bit to this. I have some notes on the propaganda stuff. To 26-ish.
More of
You
the.
wrote it. You said that was spewing garbage. Oh, it's Andrew who spews the garbage.
I need
I've
to
told
have a drink
multiple
of water.
times that it's.
That's right.
I've never said you have things. Yeah.
You wrote here. The whole show's premise, blah blah blah. But you're spewing garbage that makes women repulsed by men.
The garbage, it would
What
be
is the
stuff like
garbage?
the voting, and the things he says that women find repulsive. It's not anything that you say.
Okay.
Your views, I would say, are very base. It's sometimes the way he goes about things that
All right,
make
well, we
women
already talked
repulsed.
about the 19th, I guess. So,
And-
is
Smoky Man is indeed bad.
Is there anything besides the voting that you would consider spewing garbage?
Yeah, I talk the stuff about propaganda.
Wait.
Women being more
Easily
prone to
propagandized.
If there was a
propaganda.
study that actually demonstrated this,
I looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen anything.
Oh, well, but there is.
I've looked up all of this. Is there one study?
Andrew, what is the position?
No, there's there's actually a
I've
lot.
looked it up. I didn't find anything.
I'll demonstrate it to you very simply, actually. So, can I ask you a question? Out of men and women, who do you think are the largest retail consumers?
Women.
And so, if you have a corporation, you're running advertisements for a product. If it was the case that men responded better to the advertisements than women, who would you tailor the ads for?
Men, but they're
Hang on,
doing
and,
that.
and who do they tailor? No. In fact, because it is the
Dude
case that
wives
women
and
are
all
so
that.
much easy. It's so much easier to make women buy than it is to make men buy because they're much easier to propagandize. By the way, there are tons.
That is, so he's conflating different things here. So apparently it's true that women do respond stronger to certain techniques of ads to purchase stuff. But that does not equate to easier to propagandize. So response to more ads to buy stuff is not the same as easier to affect their behavior politically. That is not the same thing. It is absolutely not. And apparently, the response to, as far as like who is easier to propagandize, it's like insignificantly between men and women. There is no significant difference. It's pretty much the same across the board as far as like responses to propaganda, which is more of like a political and belief system influence than like, oh, let me buy this or let me buy that. Different things entirely. So he's like conflating them over here, obviously, but that's not right.
Tons of studies about this. You can go to Rachel Wilson, my wife's Substack, and she cites a lot of this. I don't remember what the article was called, but I'm sure that she can DM Brian and we can get it over to you. But she's talked about especially the consumer idealism and the fact that women are specifically targeted by corporations and things like this because it's so easy to sell them shit.
I wonder why women are targeted. Maybe because they like to shop more than men. So if a certain demographic likes to shop more, then of course you would target that demographic. That has nothing to do with being propagandized whatsoever. Obviously, all MAGA are women because the men see through that propaganda. Yeah, it's a big flaw with the rhetoric.
Because of their emotional responses to advertisements.
Okay,
Like,
so
who was the arms of the angel with the little dogs for? You know, like when Sarah McLachlan, is that her name? Sarah McLachlan? Yeah, McLachlan.
Well,
when she's like, in the arms of the angel.
That was
hang on.
hilarious.
Is that for men? Or are they trying to make women open their fucking purse and send a bunch of money in because they're like, oh my God, this really gets my heart.
but aren't women more in charge of like buying things for the family and stuff like that? So
Well, now, here's the thing that's interesting.
doesn't seem
that's
accurate.
a great argument, and it's one leftist women often make, but it falls short, and here's why. It is true.
Why is it all leftist women often make? That's a regular something that simply makes sense.
that women generally will buy for the household, right? Groceries and things like that. But we can adjust for those things by looking at luxury goods and luxury items. And who do you think buys more of those?
Sure, women love to shop more. So what? The genders are different. Women tend to be more nurturing, and sure, they like shopping more than men do. So you target the people who like it more. Obviously.
Guys are buying it for
No, it's
sugar
not the guys.
for sugar babies.
No.
Yeah, I don't like.
No, her argument is stupid. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No, hang on. I'm just going to ask you directly again. Who do you think's buying all these luxury items for the home?
Can we look at
Women love to shop more and do more nesting and decorating. So what?
that? Because I think
Yes,
there's a
we
bunch
can
of
look that
dumb
up.
dudes doing that too.
No, of course men buy
Guys do
luxury.
it to try to impress the
I'm not
women.
telling you that
Yeah.
men don't buy luxury items. I'm asking you which sex is buying the most of them.
Irrelevant to propaganda.
I'd say women, but the dudes are paying for it.
No, what's going on? Even if that was the case, so what? Even if that was the case that men paid for it because they wanted access to sex or something like this, the advertisements are
Is that the only reason that men pay for things is because they want access to sex? That's a sad way to view the world.
still going to the more easily propagandized sex. That's women.
I don't think it's the more easily propaganda. It's really for middle class people who want to feel rich. Rich people don't buy that shit. I don't think it's really based off of sex. It's like
No, we're talking about even poor people who are
I'd
buying
like to see
luxury
a
items.
study. I mean, if the study's
Yes, you
there,
can,
I
you
would
can go
change my
to
mind on
Rachel
that.
Wilson's propaganda, or not
Freudian slip. Freudian slip. Rachel Wilson's propaganda. We all know that Rachel Wilson has all the propaganda, just like Andrew Wilson here. We know they have the propaganda, and they know they have the propaganda. They usually don't admit it, but once in a while you get a Freudian slip, and it is beautiful. Men see through propaganda because it's not propaganda when it's based. No, he doesn't. What about women seeing an ad and not getting the guide soap? No. 80% of all consumer purchases in the US are women, hence marketing to the feminine. Yeah, because women like shopping. Nothing to do with political or moral beliefs being affected by propaganda. Is that completely irrelevant? Rachel Wilson's propaganda. Clip it, ship it. Exactly, red pillars are too transactional to think of virtue ethic and with women contingent on the ACEs. I don't even know how to say that. It's a naked truth, but that's what happens when you fall in the rational trap. He'll just grant you Rachel does propaganda. So what, though? I like that one. That's literally exactly what he does for so many things that it's not a... I don't know. It's funny because this is true. All right. He catches himself obviously here, but it's still funny because Freudian slip.
Yeah, her
that, please?
Substack on female propaganda.
I mean, I would.
All right. I already sort of covered the No New Wars thing. I think basically the only reason we didn't have a war with Iran yet is because Iran held back, which is kind of scary to say, and it could still happen. And I hope that the No New Wars thing is true. And sure, it's factually true, but it is misleading because there is lots of activity as far as bombings and things like that overseas. So sure, no new wars, but we are bombing and expanding into like Iran, which is something I believe we didn't do before. Threatening going into Venezuela, kidnapping their leader. That's not something we've done before. So sure, no wars, but we've gotten awfully close to several, and the night is still young. I really hope that stays true, though. I really hope that this whole No New Wars is enough of a talking point for him to not want to break it and to want to hold on to that legacy. I really hope it still means something to him, because anything that can get us less war is That's something I'm definitely for. Do, 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 do. 237. Right about. Oh, access. Okay. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I should have figured it out. I was just like, access. Thank you. The Dogs of War at heading to Iran Man. Are heading to Iran Man, maybe? To Iran Man? Something like that. Trump isn't going to start a war. He's the most peaceful president we've ever had. So what to everything? Yeah. All right.
Opposite. He went towards the officers after they had moved a woman back. He moved towards officers.
All he did was shield her from Mace. He didn't.
He moved a woman back. Is that what we call shoving a woman with all of your might to the ground? He moved a woman back. That's... Sure, buddy. He moved a woman back. Paints a completely different picture than shoved a woman to the ground. But okay.
Go up to them.
Guess what? You're not allowed to interfere. You're not allowed to interfere with federal. You're not allowed to interfere with cops in the middle of doing their job.
That's not a death sentence.
Well, here's the thing. Don't resist then, and you won't get killed.
He got maced in the face.
Don't resist. You won't get killed.
6 people attacked him.
So don't get involved?
While they were like breaking ribs and punching him in the face
Do you know
with
what
a
would have
pistol.
stopped all of that?
And also claiming that, like, Pretty was the one that got involved in their thing when he was, like, the cop was the one that walked up to them. Anyway, I'm not getting into this debate again, but there is kind of an even more cringe bit coming up here.
Stops resisting is not beating someone
really
up.
Stops all of that? If you just let the ICE go get the illegals and throw them out like they're supposed to.
I gotta pee really bad.
But no, we can't do that because that's mean.
I just think they should get...
What is... The little voices are so annoying. Like, that's... I wonder if that's in the, what's it called? The debate universities. Make weird voices that wins every point.
Get better training, and there should be consequences.
But my question is, before these 2 incidences, the 2 killings occurred, I guess the genesis of what was happening there is that these ICE officers were conducting lawful investigations. They were doing, like, the baseline. They were protesting their baseline law enforcement activity, which was apprehending illegal immigrants, right? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
So like Renee Good and, well, I guess Alex Peretti, that happened after Renee Good. So you could argue he was in the streets because he was upset about Renee Good. In any case, you acknowledge that prior to Renee Good, she was upset with their lawful conduct, which was apprehending illegal.
I wonder how many times he can say lawful. If he says lawful enough times, they'll make everything okay.
Immigrants. So why was she interfering?
I think that's stupid.
Yeah, but why was she interfering with lawful law enforcement operations?
I mean, I think because of, like Obama deported a shit ton of people.
Right,
No.
Yeah,
I think it's the way they're going about it.
Oh, what's the difference?
The mass, the chasing.
They had masks then.
Because
they didn't chase people down the street.
I'm going to tell you right now.
They didn't chase brown people down the street. They didn't arrest people from the works that were citizens.
Listen.
Even though they...
Oh my God, this is crazy. I grew up in California. Home Depots got raided constantly by ICE. When I was a kid, they were getting raided by ICE. Here's how it used to work. You'd go pull up in front of a Home Depot.
Masks.
You'd pull up in front of a Home Depot and you'd go
law against
yeah,
it.
you'd go 3.
Like,
SWAT teams wear masks too. They would go 3. And 3 Mexicans would jump in the back. You take them, they do your day labor, and you drop them back off in front of the Home Depot by 5. That's how people used to do things all the time. ICE knew all about that. They would go do raids on Home Depots. They would do raids in department stores. They do raids at Taco. Hell, when I was a kid, they did a massive task force raid on tons and tons and tons of burger joints like McDonald's and Taco Bell and shit. And we couldn't get hamburgers for like a week because they arrested all the employees.
I don't think they were pulling old little Asian grandpas out of their homes in their in underwear. I don't think they were doing that.
Nobody gave a fuck.
Or shooting U.S. citizens.
A fuck. They only give a fuck now because it's Trump, and that means it's fascism.
I think the whole masks and not providing information proof that they actually are who they like. People are like it's.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Would there be a need for these ICE agents to wear masks if there wasn't a foundational objection from the left to the baseline enforcement objectives that they're trying to see out? So that's just apprehending illegal immigrants. The issue is that the left has an issue with the foundational operational procedures of ICE, which is lawful and legitimate and valid.
How many times can he say lawful?
immigration enforcement. So it's just an escalation. So it's like, okay, you have ICE who's trying to enforce immigration law. Leftists don't like it. They're trying to dox these people, ruin their reputation, follow them around while they're conducting lawful operation. Then ICE is like, wow, these people are like basically trying to interfere with us and dox us and find our family and our children. We need to now put in place these things to protect our family. And then you're now using that as further justification to continue your essentially bullying of what is otherwise lawful immigration enforcement.
No,
yes.
Can I explain real fast?
Do you think if
they started off in masks, they didn't start wearing masks.
Question for you: if everybody in the country was like 100% okay with the immigration efforts being undertaken by law enforcement, would there be a need for ICE to wear masks?
No, but like,
but why do they wear masks?
Because people don't agree. But doxing wouldn't mean everything.
No, not just that they don't agree. What are the actions that these
they're doxing, but doxing doesn't mean anything if you're being illegal. Like if you're being fully transparent and letting people know actually what's going on instead of hiding yourself.
There's videos of them saying, hey, we're about to apprehend a child rapist. And there's literally the activists are like, I don't care. There's videos of this.
Well,
they say, I don't care. We don't care. Even if you're apprehending people who are like child predators, they're like, we don't care. We just don't like that you're part of immigration enforcement.
Well, yeah, they're dumb. They need to let them do their jobs.
They ran.
But they need to let them do their jobs.
If they let them do their jobs.
Do it without a mask. They need to be accountable.
There would be a need for them to wear their masks if
they weren't
people allowed them to do their job.
Do you realize they were creating apps?
Obama, like, he deported way more people at a faster rate.
It wasn't political. This is political.
They didn't wear masks.
It wasn't political. There was no resistance to it.
The ICE officers didn't act the way that they are now.
Yes, they did. What was the difference? What were they doing different? They were going to Home
Wearing
Depot.
masks, macing babies.
First of all,
they're macing babies.
The very first thing
I
that
don't think
kicked us
ICE
off.
did that before.
Really quick, there's way more scrutiny on law enforcement ever since like 2020, the BLM George Floyd riots. There's more law enforcement officers at body cams, which
that's great.
Let it be, Brian.
Yeah. All right, go. Okay.
I mean, they should have I think all out.
I think there's more scrutiny.
There just needs to be more transparency. So
there is transparency. Okay. All right, we have some super chats here. We have Latumio. Brian is.
I'm looking for. For some reason, it's not here.
Gary, Andrew's awesome. Hey, 140 Congress. Thank you. Appreciate all reads.
Yeah, he got
of how it was. Didn't you arrive yesterday or 2 days ago? Or something?
I have insomnia. It's not easy to manage.
Why did you ask for a debate given all these disadvantages?
That's what I mean, because I have a greater message.
All right.
Just be transparent. That's it. They should be more transparent.
All right, here, there's a super chat for you. Can men be women?
No.
Like, is a transgender woman? Is that a male or female? No.
It's how
8 and divide. Come to term. Look like a dumbass.
Predator.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Nothing points to that. It's nothing to do with being a predatory criminal.
He was barred from even having a charity in New York because of a fake charity, a fake university.
Predatory criminal. What is that?
Rooms of predator in New York because. Should we bring up all of the things?
I think we arrived at the Epstein stuff. This was out of order. Because I watched different chunks at different times, so my notes are all out of order. We missed. There's some. I wanted to cover a part, but I'll find any clips that we missed at some point later and make a regular video about them if I feel that they're important enough. There was a piece here. Basically, he said that both of the shootings were riots, but they weren't riots. The ICE shootings of the citizens were not during riots. They were during regular ICE operations and traffic stops. So none of the U.S. citizen shootings were during riots apparently. And they claim that there were, but for some reason my timestamp for that seems to have been wrong because it doesn't seem to be here. I must have missed it somewhere, but oh well. It's not worth trying to look. I think the Epstein stuff is kind of the juiciest part, so I think we'll settle for that. Nice Glaze super chat. Why do people spend time to bed on the house? Like, what is happening? I frown and find out. Yuck. They have Andrew buy a breakpoint on here. Yeah, she basically has to ask several times and eventually, like, basically run off. That's where the Indian Jesus got it from in your debate. I wouldn't be surprised. Biogate. Debate University. That's one of the things I laugh at Wilson for. His voice hits tenor at times. Say lawful 3 times and summon lawful Jews. She's being detained and doing the pee dance. Hello, moderator from hell. Yeah, apparently he's not even the moderator. Apparently this is a 2-on-1, which is confusing. It's obvious just by the framing they mean to ambush her. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if she asks to take a break and you're like, no, I have more questions, sit down. Like, who does that? If you gotta use the restroom, you gotta use the restroom. You don't. I'm confused why she was even asking. I would be like, excuse me, I have to use the restroom, and just get up and go. Like, you shouldn't have to ask. You're a grown adult. Wilson showed some empathy for once. Oh, Andrew grants her the bio break. Manipulative AF. Muted. Wait, what? What's muted? Okay. I think this is where the Epstein stuff starts. There's some stuff he got wrong about Christianity and stuff, but I'll probably do that in a separate video. And obviously I had to look that stuff up. It's not something like I happen to know. I had to look it up. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea and think I suddenly turned into like some kind of knowledgeable person about all of the Christian history and stuff. I don't want anyone to misunderstand. I definitely had to look that up. And yeah. I think we'll stick to yeah, the lawful thing. 249, yeah, that's where we're at, the Epstein timestamps. Yeah, I think this is a good spot to basically watch through. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, just the fact that he said he drained the swamp and bring...
That has nothing to do with being a predatory criminal.
He was barred from even having a charity in New York because of a fake charity,
Well,
a
first,
fake
what do you mean
university.
by predatory criminal? What does that mean, predatory?
He's predatory. Like he went into the dressing rooms of Miss Universe, where there are minors and
No, Miss USA.
yeah, whatever.
No, there's no minors there. That's an adult beauty pageant.
It starts at 16, but also it doesn't matter if it's teenagers dressing and basically bragged about getting a pass because he owns it, that he can go and see all these beautiful women changing and stuff, and he gets a pass.
Yeah, he's running a beauty pageant for beauty and gets to see beautiful. That's crazy to me.
Sorry, I was muted. Are you serious? That's disgusting. He's gonna excuse that. Look at her face. Like, this is the perfect expression to have for what the hell he just said. So it's fine that Trump goes at beauty pageants that he owns where young women are in the dressing room, not clothed. That's supposed to be okay? That's disgusting. It's about seeing beautiful women, and he needs to see the beauty. What the hell? Look at Brian's face. I didn't even notice this until now. Look at his face. He's like, what are you doing, Andrew? Look at this face. This face is all... I think for Brian, this is probably as bad of a face as he could possibly make at Andrew. But this is the most appropriate face. I mean, seriously? This is the hill that he's gonna die on. He's gonna excuse that. Yes, it's obvious. If you pay for the beauty pageant, you have the right to see them naked. Duh. I mean, that's a no-brainer. How else are you gonna know if they're beautiful or not? I wonder if Rogan would agree with Andrew on this one. Yeah, it's just logic. Just logic. Basic logic, obviously. So apparently the pageant allegations, the one that he admitted doing on Howard Stern at the Miss USA, Miss Universe, were 18 plus, which is still super gross, but at least they were of age. He said, "I'll go backstage before a show and everyone's getting dressed. No men are anywhere, and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. They're standing there with no clothes." That he was straight up bragging about it, and at least this one was 18 plus, so at least he has that right. But that makes it a little better, but it's still disgusting. And there were apparently some allegations about former Miss Teen USA contestants that alleged that Trump walked into their dressing rooms while they were changing, some as young as 15. But 11 others said they did not recall it happening. So it does. There is no. There were allegations, but there is no evidence of this being him walking in on anyone younger than 18. So there were allegations, but no evidence beyond the allegations. So we'll stick with the 18 plus, but even 18, that's gross. No men anywhere, but I'm allowed to go in. That's still disgusting.
Why? That's just, why would you, watching women change?
I don't understand why he would defend this and make excuses for it and try to explain it away. That's nasty.
It's not predatory to you?
But honestly, not that surprising when there's another video I'm working on that is similar in subject, and he said plenty of disgusting things about women, and specifically involving consent and things like that. And of course, every time he claims, "Oh, it's internal critique," even though it's very obviously not. He just realizes that he said something naughty and he's gonna get caught, so he has to throw in, "Oh, it was internal critique in there." Every time it comes after the fact, like a while after the fact, usually after he realizes he's effed up a little bit and said something super cringe.
Without their consent?
I wonder if he's going to do it here, although he sort of preemptively did it here. So like everything he says is internal critique. Is that supposed to be internal critique? That he's got to see beautiful. If it's a beauty pageant, he needs to see the beautiful women. He needs to be able to tell if they're beautiful. Otherwise, how will he know if they're beautiful if he doesn't sneak in to see them naked when he's not supposed to? That's also, I'm gonna guess that if anyone points this out at any point, he's gonna be like, "Oh, that was internal critique," even though that makes no sense whatsoever.
And like him,
without their consent.
It's without their consent.
And how many of these beauty queens have come forward and said that Donald Trump was in there spying on them without their consent?
There's a lot of stories from people that said
sounds like one at least.
That they stopped going to the pageants because of the
name one.
of the I don't know the names of them.
You don't know.
I've seen several interviews of how they were treated in the pageant. And it connects with Jeffrey Epstein and the whole modeling world, and it was a different time. That there was a lot of and
so there is no evidence, at least yet, of Trump being doing anything like sexually inappropriate with anyone in the Epstein files. That's I think we know that much right now. He is covering up for Epstein though. He's like trying to wave it away, and it's not a good look. And they have been censoring his name in there also. They have released some of the allegations, and the allegations don't have backing evidence. There are allegations, but there is no evidence behind them. So obviously, if there's no evidence, I'm not gonna treat it like it's true. But I'm also not gonna call them effing lying B words like Andrew was doing in that other debate he did with Brian Shapiro, I think. So if you're gonna call them effing lying B words, you have to have some evidence that they're liars. Otherwise, it's just allegations, and we have no evidence. So we don't treat it as true. We sort of say, well, if there is no evidence, we can't do anything about it. And everybody that is accused is innocent until proven guilty. And that's where we put it. If you try saying something like, oh, well, these people are liars, now you need to have evidence that they are lying, because now you're accusing them of doing something. So that's where I'm at with that. And I do have a video coming out on that soon. I've been working on editing it. I figure it's one of those shorter ones I'm going to put out before the longer one, just so I can sort of get back into it, the editing stuff. Let me see here. He usually clears his name by saying, all I'm saying is that there's no convincing evidence, not that it isn't true. Sometimes internal critique gets too specific, like as if they really believe it. I'm not sure what you mean by that last part, but let's carry on here.
Yeah, there was a lot of creepy shit going on, and several, like 26 different women came forward saying that they
all frauds.
Oh my God! See, that's where.
Yeah. So this is the same thing as the Brown and Shapiro, and I think I might have to add this into that video too. Again, if you're gonna call someone a fraud, you need to have evidence for that. So we can leave it at everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and these women are also innocent until proven guilty. So everybody is innocent until there's evidence. So you can't be saying that they're frauds, just the same as we can't be saying that Trump is a consent denier, I suppose, just to stay within TOS here. Best we can anyway.
See, this is...
You have to have evidence in both directions. Otherwise, everyone is innocent.
Where the Epstein class comes in is rich people never have consequences for everything, and they say, oh, people are doing it for power, for money, or political reasons. But a lot of these people came forward way before he was political.
Which ones?
The 13-year-old that...
You mean the one that's not credible?
Who proved that she wasn't credible?
The same when she retracted her claim?
No, it showed, there's an interview that shows her lawyer saying the reason she retracted is because she's getting threats and a scare.
Oh, yeah. What's she supposed to say? She retracted because she's a fucking liar?
But there's also proof of all of the Epstein survivors that still now getting threatened.
What's the proof that Trump, in any way, shape, or form, was involved with a cover-up of a pedophilic organization? Because that's where you're going, right?
Okay. There is no proof of him directly covering it up, besides where, well, he was commenting on it and the files are still not out and it's his administration. So let me find real quick. I wonder if this is gonna be easy to find or not.
Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is he said that he did jailhouse tape.
After carefully by
your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the death?
Yeah, sure. If I
could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration. But
yeah, so sure, there's no direct evidence of him, like, covering it up, but he's not really helping to uncover it either, and it seems like where he's trying to go is for people to stop trying to find out what happened, at least from those comments there. Andrew is slowing out now that Trump is on the table. And it's only gotten worse since then. Apparently, there's also one about his comments on Prince Andrew. Let me see. I don't think I've seen this one yet, but
I got a question about some of the big overseas studies. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
I don't know what he means by he's been exonerated. I don't know that that's true. We don't have all the files yet, and there are a lot of redactions, and we know for a fact that they have redacted stuff outside of the victim's information, which they weren't supposed to be doing, and yet we know for a fact they did. Anyway, there are no proof, but he sure has done a good job at looking pretty guilty in the past months. Yeah, that is true. But again, without proof, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. I respect your innocent until proven approach to the files, but goddamn, Trump is fishy about it. Yeah, that very fishy. He has been very fishy, but fishy is not enough to prove guilt. So I'm gonna stick with that. I have to. I prefer to stay consistent on that. Well, he has certainly been fishy.
His actions are
What?
proof, and
What?
he's in, like, there's still just a small portion of
What's the proof?
redacting stuff that should
That's
not be
done.
redacted.
Mostly 90% of the redactions plus. You can go to Michael Tracy's Twitter to track this.
Yes, Michael Tracy's Twitter. Isn't Michael Tracy... Isn't... You know what? Let me see if I can find this real quick. Where is... Doo-doo. I wanted to find the short clip, but it's mostly people commenting on it.
Journalist Michael Tracy and Tara Palmieri were at the center of a viral debate on Piers Morgan's show. Tracy's become notable skeptic of some of the reporting surrounding the Jeffrey Epstein files and has repeatedly cast doubt about claims made by alleged victims of Epstein.
On Morgan's show, he went.
That is fast. But we don't need this part anyway. Let me see if I can... Oh, yeah.
Moment.
I think it's fair to ask, are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
It's this man right here.
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just blurted out.
An astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question.
I
and
swear to
rather
God.
telling it.
Tracy did eventually, however, respond to that question. Watch this.
Rather than defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries to imply or
you're not answering.
What's the answer to the question?
Of course, I'm not being paid by anyone. I am paid by my readers on Substack, you idiot.
That exchange got a lot of.
Yeah, this doesn't show the whole thing, but that's kind of the gist of it. He basically he couldn't hear for a while. He kept like, "Oh, I can't hear you" during when that specific question was asked, and then eventually he kept trying to talk around it, not answering. Instead of being just like, "No," he kept, "Oh, I couldn't hear you. I can't hear you. I can hear. What was it again? What was it again? What was the question again?" And then blah 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 blah. How could you even ask? Blah, etc. etc. And then eventually, finally, when they're like, answer the question, and he's like, "No, I'm stupid. I'm not." Yeah, very convincing. Most people use stuff like this to justify their eat the rich sentiment. Oh, he's rich, probably did it. Didn't even bother plugging his Substack yet. Yeah, so yeah. And that's not like, apparently Michael Tracy, is that his name? I forgot. I think it's Michael Tracy. Something Tracy. I think he has been defending basically Epstein in certain ways, allegedly. So I haven't had a chance to look at all of the evidence for that, but it seems like he's on the opposing side when people are trying to find out stuff about Epstein and saying Epstein did this, Epstein did that, he's this, he's that. He's trying to say that he's like not a PDF and stuff like that. Anyway, I have to look into that in more detail because it's been a while since I sort of glanced at that sort of thing around Tracy. But I know that Wilson has been defending him publicly.
Other things that they're doing. So primarily by serving women,
yes,
that would release that chemical. So they ought to do that, right?
Oops, what happened? Oops, where'd it go? What was that? There's gotta be somewhere. 25209 is where that we were at, I think.
Marriage. Marriage.
Oh, this is the wrong one. What is going on? I'm like, wait a minute. This is completely wrong file. Here we are. I'm sorry. I was like, wait, what is going on? Why? It's getting late. All right. After we get through this Epstein stuff, I think we'll call it a night. But I do want to get through this Epstein stuff.
Most of the redactions in the Epstein files are because victims demand them, and because
yeah, it sounds like there are quite a bit of redactions that are not anything to do with the victims, and most isn't good enough. It's supposed to be the only redactions are supposed to be the victim stuff, nothing else. There's not supposed to be anything else. So most isn't good enough.
Which ones?
For what?
Which ones are even victims? Virginia Giuffre was not a victim.
Yeah, I don't.
She claimed she was a victim, but she's a chronic liar. She's a fucking chronic liar, and that's
the whole Republican Party is like trying. Yeah, he's legit.
Honestly, I don't really believe that one either. That one is super sus.
He said there was no, what did he say, accomplices? Not accomplices. What's the word that they're using? Oh, he said that no one else was involved in sex trafficking, and there's proof.
We don't have any evidence of any sex trafficking.
Yes, there is.
Okay. I did look this up earlier, so okay. This is one of these. Let me stretch this a little bit. Okay, this was the original one. I have a few ones here. So this one was, I'm not going to read every word on this due to YouTube TOS stuff being triggered, but so Ghislaine Maxwell sentenced in Manhattan Federal Court for her role in a scheme to exploit and multiple girls over the course of a decade. To entice them, conspiracy to transport, participate in the illegal this is difficult because YouTube doesn't really let us say stuff like this, but this one here. So okay, I mean, this is justice.gov, FYI. Hope you can read the screen here, because I'm afraid to even read this with the way YouTube has been going. So it's, yeah. All right. So this conspiracy and trafficking. Yeah, I mean, I'm confused.
Hey, tell me who was sex trafficked?
Their names are redacted.
So your evidence is you don't have evidence.
The evidence is
okay.
Is that Pam Bondi and what's it?
So because their names are redacted, there's no evidence. Then what is this all about? What is this all about? Who was trafficked? This is who? This is who? Do you want them to release names? What do you mean? So I don't understand how he can possibly argue this.
His name?
Cash.
Cash. They under oath said that there was not any accomplices or list of any kind. And Thomas Massey says differently. He's seen the files. He said he's willing to say the names.
The same Thomas Massey who, along with Ro Khanna, decided that they were going to unredact the names of 4 innocent people, and those innocent people.
This has happened, and they didn't decide they were going to unredact. They said that the DOJ was not following the law, and the DOJ went and unredacted them because it was against the law what they were doing. They weren't supposed to be redacting stuff like that. It was only supposed to be the victims. So they found out that the DOJ broke the law, they pointed it out, and the DOJ went and unredacted it.
People got completely fucking inundated, according to their lawyers, with death threats and everything else, because they were assuming that they were part of a massive pedophilic cult that doesn't exist.
Oh, I didn't even notice this before, but this is interesting. This super chat here. Hey, Andrew, Prince Andrew, defending Epstein is your lowest. Go for it, comment section, idiots. This is interesting. You don't often see stuff that goes against Andrew as super chats on the whatever show in any way. So it's interesting that this is an example. Oh, you guys can't see it. Sorry. Let me stretch this a little bit. Here we go. To fix that for you. Sorry, you couldn't see that. There we go. If a tree is trafficked in the woods and the name is redacted. It's awful to laugh about these things, but at some point, if it's either that or crying about it, so he wants to go through the methodology of the Epstein files. That one never gets old. He really wants to see all that victim stuff, apparently, because if she can't show him the victim stuff, then there's apparently no evidence. I don't know what he means by, like, oh, if it's redacted, then it doesn't mean it. What? If they're only supposed to redact victims, and he said earlier that it's mostly victims that are being redacted, what do you mean there's no evidence? Because there would be nothing to redact if there were no victims. The fact that he himself said that it's mostly victims being redacted admits that there are victims. So what do you mean, who was these particular people who are victims? Otherwise, they wouldn't be victims. I don't understand how he can talk himself into circles like this and people still... I don't know if many people saw this, honestly, because this debate was so hard to watch with the way this woman was talking. So I understand that, like, I say not many, but there are almost 200,000 people that saw it. But I know views only count. I know views count even if they don't get all the way through the show. So we don't know exactly how many people saw it to this point. This is like right in the middle of the debate. So it's possible that most of those views tapped out like right over here somewhere. That's possible. So I don't know how many people saw this particular part. And I'm definitely going to have to clip this, but it's going to be difficult because I'm going to have to censor a lot of it for it to gain any reach, because YouTube basically shadow bans stuff like this and doesn't show it to anybody unless you bleep everything out, even cuss words and things like that. If you don't bleep them out, YouTube doesn't show it to anyone. So for small channels, unfortunately, I have to do stuff like that. I really wish I didn't have to censor things, but if I don't, nobody's going to see it. Bigger channels can get away with it because they already have a base that goes to their page and checks, like, they already have enough subscribers that people go and specifically look for their releases. And I'm not there, so unfortunately I still have to censor basically everything. And this is full of this is gonna have to get bleeped quite a bit if I have like evidence to go with it, like this stuff. So yeah, I'm thinking about adding it to the essay internal critique one, but I'm not sure if maybe it would need its own video or something. I don't know. I haven't decided.
Yeah. The law that they put saying that no people except that were victims, like the women, children, are allowed to be.
Here's Rachel, of course. She has to chime in. She's constantly in the chat defending Andrew and throwing shade at whoever he happens to be debating. This woman has never had an independent thought. She gets her news from TikTok and believes everything she hears other leftists repeat. She is the exact same NPC woman clone we see everywhere, ruining everything. Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel popping off.
What victims?
Don't have to memorize.
Because listen.
I think Rachel is projecting over there. Literally a script.
I'm just going to tell you right now, here's what we have for evidence. You have zero evidence.
Yeah, because Trump's covering it up.
Covering how? How?
What do you mean zero evidence? What's this? Justice.gov, by the way. What's this? What's this? Justice.gov. What's this? What's this? What's this, Andrew? What is this? What is this? Andrew, what's this? I'm confused.
How is he covering it up? There's redactions.
Breaking the law of the Epstein Transparency Act.
Here's what Trump's in the files doing. Trump is in the files assisting law enforcement against Ghislaine Maxwell.
Is that it?
Well, that's all that he's in the files doing wrong. Period. Is assisting law enforcement.
That is factually not true. There are allegations in the files against him. Again, like I was saying earlier, there is no evidence to go with it. So they are basically, they're just allegations. So he is innocent until proven guilty. But that is in the files. So what he's saying here is factually not true. The Andrew wife script. Period.
2006 or 7, whenever he made a statement saying, "Oh, I'm glad, you know, that you're doing this investigation, blah blah blah." But instead, he cut off Epstein from his life. But then the Epstein files show that, like, up to 2016, that he was still in contact and a few times hung out with Epstein. So,
first of all, this is insanity. Let's back up. Let's start with this. Who are you accusing Donald Trump of? Are you accusing him of being a PDF?
I say that there's either he's a pedo protector, which is I would say 99% likely.
Now give me your evidence. Your best piece of evidence. What is it?
His actions, all of the actions.
So what's your best piece of evidence?
Saying that it was a Democratic hoax.
First of all, the Democratic hoax is that they're calling this guy, and he knew it, by the way. He knew that the second the files were released, because of all the redactions, Democrats are going to run and say that he's part of a pedophilic ring, even though we have no evidence of that at all.
We don't have the evidence because they won't give it to us.
So wait a second.
Sorry, what? What's this? Andrew, what's this?
Second, so you don't know.
I think that
so
protecting pedophiles, hanging out with pedophiles, add all of the women
This is a complete TOS landmine.
that have came forward.
Which ones? Which ones do you find credible? Which ones?
I find them all credible until we see until we actually see how the investigation actually name them uncredible, because it's the same people.
They did name them uncredible.
The same people who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal.
No, this is FBI investigators who are investigating this. First of all,
the FBI that lied on the stand
about
there being no co-conspirators.
Who were the co-conspirators?
For one, what is his name? Lesnar. What is his name? Wexter. What is his name? Lesney. Wexter. What is his name? God damn it. I want to say Lesney Wexter, but that sounds wrong. What is his name? It's something like that. Lesnar Wexter. Wexter Lesnar. What is it? Oh my goodness. Wexler, thank you. Les Wexner, thank you. Oh my goodness. Jeez. For instance, Les Wexner. And there is literally there are documents in the release in the Epstein files that say that there are co-conspirators, and here are some names of the co-conspirators that the FBI had. The FBI were like, here are who we think are the co-conspirators, and they, unfortunately, they went ahead and censored those things. They redacted it. And even though they weren't supposed to be doing that. They only were supposed to redact victim names and photos and things like that. But this is that is actually an example of them redacting stuff that isn't related to victims and co-conspirators existing. So there is evidence. I don't know what he's talking about. For him to, it's not that he's saying, oh, I don't know of any evidence, or I don't think there's any, he's not even saying I haven't seen any evidence, which could have been true. He's saying there is none. That is a completely different claim from I haven't seen any. It might be believable that he simply hasn't seen it yet, but to say that there isn't any is completely different. Yeah, she fumbled this, but Andrew was certain that was going to happen and bank on it. His direct approach puts her on the approach and lets her fumble. Wexler, thank you, yeah, by the way, on the spot. Fumble on the spot. Sounds familiar. I remain unconvinced.
He says there's at least 6 of them that he's uncovered so far.
Okay,
and he's
but-
going to
but-
name them. He has to be in the Senate to legally name them.
Oh, got it. So there are no co-conspirators that you can name. You just made it up.
Because they won't give it.
So I believe the 4 names weren't co-conspirators. There were people who should not have been redacted, and I think several of them are. I think like maybe 2 of them ended up not being guilty of anything, but I think was it the other 2 or one? At least 1 or 2 of them have been potentially guilty of something, and they have since. I believe maybe somebody lost their job since then. I don't remember. I would have to look it up again. It's been a while. But I think she's confusing the co-conspirator list with the 4 names that Massey found that were that were redacted wrongfully. So those are not the same things, but that doesn't make Andrew's position here any better. So she does get some things wrong here. But Andrew is... Honestly, I don't know if I'm surprised. I really don't know if I'm surprised about this, because this isn't the first time that he has basically practically defended similar non-consent things in sort of with extra steps, I suppose, indirectly. Sometimes even someone directly, but then claimed, of course, internal critique every time when he realized how bad it sounded. Anyway.
But I've listened to Thomas Massey and all the other people that have read the files are saying that. And if you take MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene came out.
I know for sure that you're a PDF. I can't prove it, though, because law enforcement won't give me the evidence I need to show you that you're a PDF.
In his own words, through several interviews throughout the years.
What do you mean he's not a PDF? What? Look, What's this? What's this? Dozens of minor. What's this? You guys are gonna have to read this for yourself, because I don't even know how to try to bleep this, but this is a read it yourself section of the live. What's this? What's that? What's this? I don't want to keep pointing to the same stuff, but I mean, what is that? If this isn't what it says, what is this? How do I close this? There we go. I'll let you guys read this for yourself if you want to pause it at some point, or if you want links, I'll post links in the Discord later. But there is certainly lots of evidence for that specific thing. It's technically investigation of allegations. Well, he was 1-month jury trial conspiracy to entice minors. I'm not going to read all of this, but this isn't... This like, Ghislaine Maxwell was sentenced for this. Minors. Minor. I'm not going to read all the words together, but this isn't like investigations of allegations. This is... These were convictions. 14-year-old. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is... These are the charges. Count 1. This was back in... what was the date on this? I think this was the original one for Epstein back in Florida. Minors. I don't know. Really, there is no PDF stuff. I don't understand why he would say this stuff. This is not a hill that I would want to die on. This is a hill that I'm very surprised that he is dying on. There's enough wordplay stuff to hide behind or attempt to. I don't think so. I don't. There are very few people that might still buy like the stuff that Michael Tracy is spreading.
All of the women that came forward, the girl that said she was threatened.
Which one of those girls do you find the most credible?
I mean, I'd say all of them.
No, which one specifically?
I love this super chat too. This is another one of those internal critique ones. He's not defending Epstein, genius. He's showing us her inconsistencies of no evidence, and
Specifically,
she's
give me
only
one name of
talking points. Sure. Okay. Okay. This is another one of those internal critique. Sure. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Naz. Good night. Yeah, we're gonna. It's definitely late. We're gonna have to wrap it up soon here.
Any of those girls that you found credible?
I don't know their names.
You don't know anything
Katie
about
Johnson.
it. You don't know nothing about it.
Kate, what? Do you have every name memorized?
I don't need to. I'm not making the claim.
I'm following the actual evidence.
Okay, what evidence?
He's covering up for his friend.
Show me the evidence. Where is it? Where can I look at it?
The lies.
What lies?
Not that there even is co-conspirators. That there is that. Yeah.
So your
him saying that
evidence
he never won
There definitely is evidence.
the plane. He said he lost. He banned Epstein from.
He did ban Epstein from his properties. Not only that, he worked with law enforcement.
He didn't work with them. He made a statement. He made a statement, which is someone who's covering up would do exactly that.
Yeah, why didn't Biden release the Epstein files?
Because he's directly involved with that. He's not a pedo. There's no proof of that yet.
There's no proof that Trump is. You just made it up.
I didn't make it up. There's women who have come forward who said he did the same.
And which ones did you find the most credible?
The girl that retracted her statement.
You found her. And why did you find her credible? The one who retracted her sworn statement?
Because she was a minor and it directly involved Epstein as well.
Hang on. Did she make the claims when she was a minor? Did she make the claims when she was an adult, when people were getting millions of dollars in cash settlements when they said that they were a victim of Jeffrey Epstein?
Andrew for covering up for the most horrific crimes. Yeah, go tough debate guy. Yeah, I think that the people that happen to see this Epstein section, it seems like there are at least 2 that sent super chats that may normally defend him that haven't. I'm happy, I guess, relieved to at least see some people see this for what it is.
Oh, actually, new evidence have came out that have directly correlated her suing the Epstein estate around the time the claims were made and it being settled. I don't know if you've read that.
Again.
So yeah, if she sued the Epstein estate and won during that time period,
nothing. There was all kinds.
If there was no proof of that, then why would they have settled?
There was all kinds of settlements which came out of the Epstein saga. But here's what did not come out of the Epstein saga, at least thus far. There is not a single shred of evidence that Donald Trump participated in any sort of sexual activity with any minors at all, nor that he was part of some PDF ring, nor that there even was a PDF ring. And you know what?
So again, there is no proof. There are allegations in the files. So it depends on what you count as evidence, I suppose. Allegations can be counted as evidence. It's not enough evidence to be proof. It's not enough to convict. It's something, but it's not enough.
Yeah, evidence you have for this? Here's the evidence you have for this. I don't have evidence.
There's a lot of the emails that point to that.
Which things?
Can we look it up? Do you think I have it all memorized?
Go ahead. I actually want you to. We can go through them one at a time. You can show me the best evidence you have that Donald Trump's a PDF.
I didn't say there's direct evidence of it.
So no evidence. So he's
She basically claimed that he was helping to cover it up, which I don't think is a stretch.
PDF, but you have no evidence.
It is his administration that it's been like pulling teeth trying to release this stuff, and they have still been redacting things that goes beyond the victims. So allegations are essentially hearsay.
Okay. First of all, it's very hard to prove if someone raped you or not. If you compare it to murder cases where there's what they call it the what's the type of evidence? Sorry, my brain's circumstantial evidence. You can be convicted of murder without any actual DNA. Without.
That's nice. What's the most credible piece of evidence you have Donald Trump's a PDF?
The women's statements that are connected to it, him being liable of rape through him being liable, his own words of how he talks to women, him being held liable of rape, the way he specifically liable of SA, yes he was, by our courts.
You know what? I'll just grant you that Donald Trump has raped 300 women, let's say. He's raped them. He just did. I'm just going to logically, I'll just say he did. What's your best piece of evidence that Donald Trump is a PDF and did anything?
I don't know for sure he was a PDF, but I know he's a pedo protector.
Okay, show me how he's protecting PDFs.
Literally, the proof is what's happening with Epstein files.
What?
And the email.
What's the proof?
Him lying about him saying that he was going to be transparent, bring the Epstein files out.
He has brought the Epstein files out.
After being forced by, there was enough votes to where even if he didn't.
Dan Bongino becomes the assistant deputy director of the FBI. He comes out, right? He's done.
And goes and lies and says that there is nothing to see there. Nobody. Epstein trafficked them to nobody. It was all for himself, basically. Dan Bongino. Jesus Christ.
Now he's back on his podcast. He says, you know why there's all these redactions? The victims want it. There's porn in it, right? And
we know for a fact that the redactions go beyond what is legally required. They have definitely redacted more things than they were supposed to. It was only supposed to be the victim stuff. And we know for a fact they redacted more than that.
Lawyers are suing for it. So what are you talking about?
Well, lawyers suing doesn't make it against the law.
Yeah, they can tie up redactions.
I'm freaking quoting Dan Bongino. I'm every second that he says anything on this topic, he loses more and more and more credibility in my eyes.
Forever, because they're victims.
If there's, they're supposed to. Of course.
Again, I've already did the spiel about how the allegations are not evidence and everybody is innocent until proven guilty, but he's also wrong here. There is evidence of trafficking. There is evidence of the PDF stuff on, not about Trump, but Epstein was literally, he was convicted. Maxwell convicted. Definitely PDF stuff there. So I don't understand what this, like, there is no PDF thing going on. Like, it's, I don't know how many times I have to point to this. I don't know how many times. I'm just gonna drop links at some point in the Discord if anyone wants to look. I'm done pointing at it. It's just getting excessive. But he keeps denying it. So I don't know. And then, like, he's trying to reward it as, like, oh, well, there's no evidence that specifically Trump did anything PDF-wise. She's not really claiming that. She's saying, like, that needs to be investigated, and he's, like, shady about it. But she's claiming that he's protecting the PDFs, which, sure, is a stretch, but it is his administration that is protecting the PDFs. So maybe not him directly. We don't know that for a fact, but it is his administration. He's being obtuse in order to frame her as being weak, strong-arm debate bro stuff. That is spot on.
Of course, edit out the people that are the victim, like the female.
And all
like
sorts of information, which can point to what their identity is, which would be a massive redaction.
No, that's why you
look, I would love it. I would love it if you redact.
He is not letting her talk at all. Like, I know she's not fun to listen to because she talks kind of slow, but he's talking over her constantly. She has, like, she gets like 2 or 3 words in and he's already interrupting her, and like this is definitely debate bro stuff over here.
If they had unredacted files and could release them, I would love that. I would adore it.
This is kind of sad to watch.
That they're redacting people that were guys that had nothing to do with the
I'll tell you
survivors.
What. Let's try this instead of the conspiratorial shit. Let me just ask you this.
It's not conspiracy.
Okay, name one of these people who you think is currently in government, who's a PDF because of the Epstein files that you've read.
That's very specific. Why do they have to be in government? Because Les Wexner, sorry. I keep getting his name wrong. Les Wexner is not in government, but he is a very, very powerful man. There are powerful people like Prince Andrew and stuff like that. I guess that's not our government. That is technically kind of a government that have been like removed from their positions, and I believe they found him. I'd have to look it up again, but people are being found guilty enough to lose their positions, at least to be questioned. And Les Wexner was in the files. I forgot Virginia. No, not Virginia. What was her name? I forgot her name, but the Les Wexner stuff came out years before the files even came out, and we saw his name in there in the co-conspirators. So, like, this is FBI saying, "Oh, these are co-conspirators. Here's a bunch of names. There's like 10," and Les Wexner was one of the. Basically, I think was one of the one that was not. Basically, the only one that wasn't redacted, and they redacted the other ones, which they're not supposed to be doing. That's an example of them not redacting stuff that's victim stuff, which she keeps trying to claim. It's just victim stuff that they're redacting. That's not the case. All right, I'm gonna try to not repeat myself so much, but this is so frustrating to listen to.
Red.
I think they're pedo protectors.
Name one. No, that's not what I asked you. Name one who's a PDF. Which PDFs are they protecting?
I didn't say that there is any.
Which PDFs are they protecting?
The Epstein class.
Who are they?
They're donors.
They redacted the names. That's part of them being protected. If they weren't being protected, we would know their names. Like, sorry, it's just facts.
What are their names? Nothing.
Should I bring up the list?
Go ahead.
I don't have their...
And then show me your most compelling piece of evidence that they're a PDF. Go ahead. You're living in the midst of a left-wing disinformation campaign.
Right. Literally,
which
the
is
right.
claiming,
What about MTG? MTG saying the same.
This is not a left-wing thing.
The left wing, MTG, who left disaffected from Donald Trump. She was all sorts of pissed off because she wasn't his golden girl.
She left because she realized it was all a lie.
Fucking cope.
He's covering
it's MTG
for
cope.
pedos.
And not only that, let's point this out.
Funny.
It's really funny to me that suddenly, the left is so concerned about supposed baby eating and baby killing. It's like they do that every day. That's what the left does. They kill untold swaths of children. And suddenly,
he's trying to change the topic now.
Trump's at the head of a baby killing, baby molesting,
I think
fucking
that
empire.
people are more aware of. I mean, I don't know about that conspiracy, but I think people are more aware that.
And I don't know if is anybody alleging that they're killing babies? I don't even think that's an allegation. I think it's the consent situation and not babies. I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, besides the point. And this is not a left-wing thing. And she mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene, and like the fact that she is like disaffected from Trump now is supposed to be proof of something. That's even, I would say that's even more damning, is she was one of his biggest supporters until she was disillusioned by what's been going on, which I honestly, I respect her for it. I respect her for that. I didn't always agree with her on her politics, but I've always respected her. It seems like she was at least honest, and she stood up for what she believed in, and her not backing down from those beliefs just because Trump decided to change his mind suddenly about everything that he's promised. I respect her even more for sticking to her beliefs, even though it means basically being attacked by the president of the United States and everything. So honestly, like I have a lot of respect for her. I know she's done some kooky stuff, but honestly, it involves Leo DiCaprio. What? There was one report of a guy who saw some horror movie stuff. It was a tip, I believe, which anyone can basically leave like a prank. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Leo DiCaprio waiting. Okay. Sure.
Both sides have been propagandaed and we've all been lied to, or both sides can agree.
Name for me the strongest piece of evidence that you have that Donald J. Trump ever did anything like this with children. Anything.
I didn't say there was actual...
Then why do you say you're leaning towards
the
it being a PDF?
circumstances point to that.
No, they don't.
If a sheep...
None of the circumstances point to that.
If a dude surrounds himself by sheep fuckers,
Okay, so if he's surrounded by PDFs, name those people.
Well, he was friends with Diddy. He was friends with Epstein.
You mean Diddy? I'm sorry. Was Diddy charged with being a PDF? Convicted of being a PDF? No.
People can.
I don't know anything about Diddy, but there are some like rumors going around about him and Justin Bieber when he was a kid. So I haven't been following the Diddy stuff at all, honestly. So I can't say.
Word about it.
And then he went to trial, and then what happened? What happened at Diddy's trial? What did he get charged? What did he get convicted of?
Sending sex workers like across state lines.
So nothing to do with children.
Well, all I have to say is if if you surround yourself
with
with
PDFs, name one. Name
Epstein.
one he's surrounding himself with. Who? You got to Google it.
Jeffrey Epstein. You told me to find them.
Jeffrey Epstein was not convicted of being a PDF.
I'm sorry, what? You know what? I'm done pointing at this stuff because I've pointed at it so many times. But, like, yes, he literally was. He literally was. Minor. I don't know. His conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, with Jeffrey Epstein, multiple minor. I'm done pointing at it. I'm sorry. It's just he keeps saying it. He keeps
What are you
saying
talking
this
about? Neither was
stuff.
Ghislaine Maxwell. They were convicted of trafficking prostitutes.
A prostitute, a minor.
And how old were those prostitutes? If one of those prostitutes is not of the sort of, how do I say this, that's, you know what, I think we're past YouTube friendly. I still want to try my best, but if she is under 18, that is not what that's called. That's not what that's called. You can't have an under 18 that type of thing. You can't. That's not what it's called. Oh, sorry.
So,
if you surround
name
yourself
one of
with
these PDFs. Name one. Name PDF. What are you talking about? Neither was Ghislaine Maxwell. They were convicted of trafficking prostitutes.
Minor.
Prostitute. A minor is not a prostitute.
A minor's also not a prepubescent child. And yes,
So he admits that it was minor, and he still calls it that. Are we really trying to draw the line here? Find the little, what is it called? There is a, it's not called a metaphor. What is it called when there's like a common saying? I forgot. I can't think right now. It's too late anyway. Split hairs. There we go. Thank you. Why did I thank you? I'm sorry. I just remembered it. We're splitting hairs here if we're trying to say, oh, it's not prepubescent, but minors, but not prepubescent. So it's somehow not PDF. I think colloquially speaking, we call everything PDF that is not 18. If it's not above that, it's PDF. That's what we call it. That we trying to split hairs there is honestly so icky. I don't even know what to say about this beyond that. That I'm baffled. So he admits the minor part, but disputes the PDF part. I don't know what else to say. I don't. I'm sorry. Definitely a dangerous category error, and at least that.
it's true that Jeffrey Epstein should have been convicted for doing the trafficking to himself of people who were being recruited at a local high school to have sex with him. Totally agree with that. But this idea that there's this massive...
Their emails show that.
The emails don't show that.
Yeah, they do.
Then show me them. Show me the best piece of evidence you have that Donald J. Trump is part of a PDF protection ring.
Again, there is no direct evidence that it's Trump that is part of this protection ring, but there is evidence of a ring with at least 10 co-conspirators.
And who the PDFs in this ring are. Who are they?
And I would love to know who they are, but unfortunately, the DOJ and the FBI censored them, despite that being not legal to do.
Nothing.
So let's ask them.
I'm trying to look it up.
Yeah,
Every time I do,
you not her. Ask them.
Keep saying more shit.
You got to look it up because you don't have the facts on your side.
What do you mean? The facts on my side
The facts on your
show
side
that he's hiding shit.
It's just pure incredulity. You have no evidence.
So stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid because you have no.
There is evidence. There's no proof because, well, they haven't shown us all the proof. Not that I particularly want to see it, but I don't think anybody who's not like set out to defend all this stuff for whatever political reason, like any normal sane person understands that this is happening. There are co-conspirators. There is, unfortunately, PDF stuff going on, or there was at least, and there are multiple people involved, and the government seems to be covering it up still. Very few people dispute that, and the fact that he is, man. Yeah, there's no term that can legitimize it. I get why you're baffled. I am extremely baffled. Welcome back, Johnny, and good night. Thanks for dropping in. You're welcome back anytime.
No evidence at all.
Because they're covering it.
Oh, because it's a big cover-up. Well, that's an unfalsifiable
Literally, the people who have seen the files are saying that, yeah, they're freaking
UFOs are real, but I can't prove it because they're covering it. The government's covering it up.
Literally, the people who have seen the unredacted files say that there's at least 6 people so far that were involved.
Mm-hmm. So therefore, it's true.
There needs to be an investigation.
Oh, okay. You're going to investigate it? Go investigate it. Even though that's what all of the files are, is investigations. That's what all of them are. Then do you think they're going to unredact the victims' names? Do you think they're going to unredact most of these things?
I think that things didn't get investigated properly because...
How do you know? You don't even know the details of any of the investigations. You don't even know...
This is honestly hilarious. It's like the government is doing something illegal by redacting stuff they're not supposed to be redacting. And he's like, haha, you don't know because they redacted it. Haha. So it's... that's like...
The details of the investigations.
And the email, it showed originally that there was 10 co-conspirators, and it said where they're living, and that they were doing subpoenas and all of this crap.
Okay, let's back up, okay? What was Epstein actually charged with? Do you even know?
Like sex trafficking or something?
Minor.
Do you know any of the specifics of the case?
No.
What about
Elaine, of the case, I don't know the
Maxwell? Do you know any of the specifics of the case?
She mostly trafficked
14
the girls to Epstein, but a few times I think she actually did touch the girls.
Okay. Do you know the details of her case?
Like what, the raping the girl?
No, anything. Just give me any of the details of these. Do you know?
I'm not gonna point at this too long, but pause if you need to.
Do you even know where this occurred? Like where the Epstein stuff occurred?
I mean, some are in the island, some are in New York, some are in his office.
It's all in Florida, basically.
I wasn't done speaking, but it's literally all over the place. It wasn't just a island.
So what was he charged with?
I don't know the name of the exact charge.
You don't know anything about any of these cases.
So stupid.
You don't know anything about what's going on in the files. You don't know anything about any of these cases.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Jmail.world. I wonder if is that the one for the Epstein files? I think that was it. Somebody. I don't remember exactly if that's the right link, but I'm assuming it is since they sent it in here. Somebody basically took all the files and made like a Gmail clone and made it so that you can search and browse and stuff. The emails.
Well, then, give me your
the emails specifically, not like all the files. I don't think. I'm not sure if it was the rest of them too, but the emails specifically.
Compelling piece of evidence.
Every time I keep trying to look up,
you have to Google the evidence that you know. So
he asked her to look it up. Like he told her she can look it up, and then the whole time she was trying to, he kept like hammering her with questions and talking over her, and like constantly on the attack, not even giving her a chance to do that.
I have every freaking name of the people they've uncovered.
You don't have any names.
Yeah, Bill Clinton was there. There's no proof that he did anything. I don't know the names. Let me look up the name. I don't have it memorized. Does it make it untrue that I don't have these douchebags' names memorized?
No, I'm not even asking you for that. I asked you for the details of the cases, what your most compelling evidence is, anything you can reference. You got nothing.
That's interesting. I just noticed that Brian put himself off the screen basically most of that conversation. Like he was there in the beginning, and at some point he switched it to just Andrew versus her. I wonder if he like didn't want to be part of that. Although he's back now, I wonder if he's gonna like end this or something.
You have is I was on X.
If you've read all of the emails, it shows exactly what's happening.
I was on X.
Interesting that he's staying quiet about this.
Oh my god!
And he was off screen for most of that.
X.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked. You want to know what happened?
X.
What happened is a woman named Virginia Giuffre.
I know her.
Okay, do you know that she's a chronic serial liar and that her story has more holes in it than Swiss cheese? She claims that she was trafficked by her dad, completely completely unverified. Claims that she was raped.
Not a lie.
Claims that she was raped by 2 men. Falsely accused them of it.
How do you know it's false?
Because the police investigated it, determined it was consensual. She's made rape allegations multiple times. She's had to retract. Okay, she claimed that Epstein's lawyer raped her and then had to retract that too. She had to retract that Dershowitz did this to her. And then she said later, well, the thing is, it's like I was just confused because I was just raped by so many. She claimed she was with him for 4 years. She wasn't with him for 4 years. That would have been completely impossible, right? You don't know anything about this. You should just, it's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. Oh, that's embarrassing for you.
I think it's embarrassing for you, Andrew. I'm sorry to say, this is very embarrassing for you. Very embarrassing. I know you're gonna, if anybody, well, when people, including me, eventually bring this up and make videos about this, I know you're gonna claim, oh, it was internal critique. I know you like to do voices, so I'm learning from you there. It was internal critique. I think you're gonna try doing that again because that's your answer for like anytime you get caught with your gross. I don't want to. I don't like that metaphor. It's disgusting. Anytime you get caught with something nasty, it's internal critique when this very clearly wasn't. So this is embarrassing for you, Andrew. I'm sorry. I don't think this is embarrassing for her. This whole, I would say, for her, the entire debate was a little embarrassing. Not this specifically. This specifically, sure, she got some things wrong and she didn't have all her facts, but I mean, she got you to say all kinds of wild stuff. So I think this is a win for her, honestly, and she's doing so poorly. This is embarrassing for you, Andrew. The whole debate is embarrassing for her. This particular point, along with a bunch of other specific spots, was embarrassing for you. I would say this is embarrassing for basically everybody on the screen here. Even Brian over here, I know he's trying to stay out of it, but this is embarrassing for him too. Nobody's perfect. It's not embarrassing to lose like this. Yeah, I would say in this particular spot, I wouldn't even say she's even losing here. I think the debate she definitely lost because she will. It's not her thing, but the biggest loser right here.
I don't find it embarrassing.
That you don't know
what I find embarrassing is you're sticking up for administration who's
great point, lady.
obviously lying to us and not following they're not following the law that they were instructed to do, are they?
He's just using evidence.
They lied about there being co-conspirators.
Not even claiming internal critique yet.
What laws are what laws?
The Epstein Transparency Act.
He switched back to just Andrew. He does not want to be in this. Oh my goodness. He realized they're still talking about this and switched it back to just Andrew.
Says it doesn't matter if it embarrasses them or that they can only redact the actual victims' names. And they're going against that. And they're also not, they're not, and they have to redact like the photo.
She's right.
Of someone actually.
They're going to keep on doing these dumps. They're going to keep
Are
on.
They
Yes,
said
they
said that they were done, and this is.
Oh
the end
no,
of it.
there's going to be more.
Well,
And
they
by the
said
way,
that was it.
Let me point this out to you too, right? You don't even know what's in them. All you've seen is what dummies are posting on X.
I don't use X. First of all, I've read a lot of these emails.
Okay, which ones did you find?
There's like a torture thing where they talk about like a 9-year-old. There's what?
You don't know.
What do you mean?
Just nothing.
She is not great at speaking, and he's using that against her. It's it's pretty gross.
Now, you know, that's the thing is like
I don't have it all memorized. I read. I didn't read the entire. I didn't read the entire.
So much on things that they just clearly don't know shit about. Like you don't know anything about the Epstein case.
What do you mean? I literally.
She wasn't accurate about some of it, but she got the gist of a lot of it, and she got some of the facts. So I wouldn't say she doesn't know anything about it. She seems to know like some of it.
Get updates on all the files all the time and read through what the updates are.
Then how come you're not familiar with any of the content of it?
She is familiar with some of it. She just doesn't have all the names memorized. I probably wouldn't either. Although if I was there to talk about that stuff, I probably would bring like some notes.
My brain doesn't memorize things easily. That's
why do you read if you can't maintain any
I don't
of it?
read. I watch the videos and then I read what they found and fact check it because my brain.
What's the point if you can't remember it?
My brain processes stuff through videos because it's a dyslexic
That's fine.
thing.
Look, not everybody is going to read something and then memorize it. Sure, you can use video, but what's the point of doing that if you can't remember the details of any of the things that you just watched?
I don't have their names memorized.
I'm not even asking for names. Details of the case. What do they charge?
He did ask for names.
with? What are the details around the one who spawned all of this, which is Virginia Giuffre? What? You don't know any of it.
That was one of the accusers. I don't find her credible either, but that's not really like the Epstein stuff stands on its own. Like, sure, that's the crazy thing that I don't believe her either, but there is other stuff that he's piling it all together, and yeah, I think, yeah, this I'm done with this. I'm so done with this.
And it's like, what a waste of time. Anyway, I'm gonna go have a smoke.
Thank goodness.
Oh,
I mean,
and there's Brian. He's back. He really did not want to be included in whatever Andrew was saying there. It's very obvious because he would have stayed on screen if that was something that he agreed with. He sort of like sneaks himself off and does the camera angles differently. Andrew would have said all of that of his own free will anyway. He rants about the Epstein files often on Twitter. Who asked you for names? I'm starting to think Andrew just has short-term memory. Just. Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah. I found this super disturbing. I don't even know, like, I already pointed this out. I don't need to repeat myself over here, but this is so gross. This is super gross. I almost couldn't believe it when I first heard it, but it kept going. It just kept going. It kept on going on and on and on and on. And, well. Oh, I forgot to end the poll earlier. Looks like people want Not So Erudite now, half and half. Unfortunately, I should have ended it like when we started the video, but I'm sorry, I've never done a poll before. That was my first poll. I'm sorry. I hate polls. I hate them because I find them like, especially the ones that are like, oh, you know, did you like the video yet? And it's both options are supposed to say like yes or something. I hate it. I hate those because like sometimes I just want to get in the chat and start typing stuff, and I didn't realize that I still had that poll up. Otherwise, I should have ended it because I really hate it when like I go into a chat and there's a poll up and I had to like get rid of the poll first to start typing. Great poll, great market research. Thank you. I really should have ended it. I was supposed to end it when I started the chosen video, but I didn't. I messed up. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I really do find it so annoying when like I go in a chat and there's a poll right away and it's like something about like the stream or whatever. Oh yeah, like the stream. Please. But yeah, I hate it when that happens. I find those so annoying. I always like try to get rid of them so I can just type. Anyway. I think that is definitely it for the night. I'm really tired. And I've honestly had enough. I'm really disturbed by what I've seen again. I know I've seen it before, but it doesn't get better the second time around. It really doesn't. So yeah. It's been fun. Now we know what's for next time. Yeah, it seems like the Not So Erudite thing is still somewhat popular, so I do want to finish it because what I want to do with the Not So Erudite debate is I want to finish all of the parts that we didn't get to yet, and then I know that some of the other streams my sound was messed up really badly. I got a comment on that saying it, and it was like too quiet. The parts where I spoke were too quiet. So what I want to do is I want to, after we go through all of it, I want to take all of the separate streams and edit it together so that everything is in order, so I can get everything in the proper order, because I know we've sort of jumped around back and forth a bunch of times too. And I want to get everything in the order of the original debate so that it will go section by section and it will cut properly along the real debate in the right order. And I want to fix the sound. So I'll fix the sound in post, equalize it so it's even, and then upload it as a regular video so that other people can watch the full thing, how it was originally, start to finish, with the reactions added in, obviously, in there, but trimmed properly. So, oh yeah, I forgot. I was gonna disable the snowfall and everything too. I decided to hide it last time because for re-examination, I wasn't sure if he was like recording it while he was streaming, and I realized that if he wanted to like crop out the main part of the screen later to post on his own channel, that snowflakes would be in the way, so I hid them, but I didn't realize to do it right away, unfortunately. Let me fix that. That's pretty annoying. I think it's snowflakes. It's late for snowflakes anyway. It's pretty much spring. I'm gonna have to do the spring thing. Although I'm not entirely sure if I even want to do a frame anymore. I like them for streams, but unfortunately, because of the framing and all the like stream related stuff, I can't like clip and repost sections on the regular on like the main video page, because it would be weird because there's all this like stream stuff on it that has nothing to do with the content, so I can't really do that. Oh my god, it's almost March. Yeah, I've been realizing how close it is to basically spring. That I'm gonna have to redo the thing, and I'm gonna have to try to figure something out for recording. What I could do in OBS is I had a plugin where I could record the sources separately, so I could record like the camera, and I could record the whatever I'm sharing and the sounds and everything. I could record those separately, and I could edit those together later if I needed to, and clip them whatever I needed. But Streamlabs desktop doesn't have that, so I might have to go back to OBS. I don't know. But anyway, this is me just blabbing at the end of the stream. Thank you everybody for hanging out, and thanks for chatting, keeping me company through these sort of uncomfortable conversations, I suppose. Some disturbing stuff tonight. Hopefully next time we'll do something more fun, and we'll do the not so air date stuff. We'll try to do the rest of it, and hopefully that is a little bit more fun to go through and not so heavy. I suppose. Yeah. Till next time as well. I will see you guys later. I'm not sure when I'll be live next. It's not gonna be tomorrow. Well, today. It's already today. It's not gonna be today. It may be Wednesday. It may be Thursday, but Wednesday or Thursday for sure. Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody. Bye bye. Okay.